Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, August the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Excellent. Thank you. All right, guys. So yeah, I was in drug. I'm not in drug anymore. Yeah, I'd like to see one of these have great continuation today. So yeah, just as I was kind of opening the room around 8 o'clock, I guess even earlier, drug was just poking its head over two. Of course, this had a lot of activity not 2 days ago and 4 days ago, got all the way up to 470. So I took a little bit over this two mark, sold some around the 225 mark, and now I'm completely out of it. I'm hoping that we'll get a couple of them today that have a little more continuation. A little too much choppy action on these smaller ones right now. But other things happening. Nordstrom's, guys, boy, Nordstrom's just getting thumped on earnings. JWN getting thumped on earnings this morning, down 13%. Look at this big gap down. So when I was looking, I think the next low looking left is around 1948. So man, oh man, it's only about 50 cents away from that. I mean, just getting absolutely thumped down on earnings, JWN. The uranium stocks, take a look. I could look at the individual ones, but take a look at the uranium ETF. So the uranium ETF is gapped up. So look at Cameco, kind of the leader in the sector, CCJ, and also I think we have triple U. Is it triple U or quadruple U? So it's quadruple U. A couple of uranium plays, yeah. So they're up 5 and 6%. The index itself is up. And Bed Bath & Beyond having a little bit of a pop, bottom fishing, I guess. Well, it's all the way down to 848.2 yesterday. So that's actually a pretty big pop. Probably the memers that got hold of again. Fetch, FTCH. FTCH is an earnings play. FTCH is an earnings play. And so we'll gap up for it. A lot of resistance probably around that 10 level. But good, lots of volume also. Big float, 308 million in the float, but a lot of volume already. Here's another one that typically does not hold its gains. SPRC, Israeli stock. I guess they released some positive data, but it is a low float. So, today may be a day that it holds, but I don't know. I just don't see I've seen this one many times in the past, not really able to hold its gains. Yeah, Peloton. So Peloton had earnings, and then plus they announced that they're going to sell some product accessories, selling bikes and accessories on Amazon. So here's your big news for Peloton. So it's actually, I'm sorry, this is not an earnings play. This is tomorrow. Okay, they release tomorrow. So that is Peloton. So it is not an earnings play today. It is tomorrow. The Tattooed Chef. I remember, boy, this was one of the big SPACs. And it really didn't do anything. Let me back this up a bit. It got up into the 20s, 27. I mean, yeah, I did okay, but boy, oh boy, this is the Tattoo Chef. I don't think we have them in Canada. Anyway, some kind of a deal with Walmart. Tattoo Chef, TTCF. ZTO has gap down on a financing. ZTO. That's a big gap down, guys. Yeah, Nordstrom is continuing its move down. JWN getting closer to that low that I was talking about, which is 1948. CTRN, I don't think there was very much volume, but it is an earnings play, I believe. CTRN, yeah, CTRN is an earnings play. Not very much volume, only 23,000 shares. And it's gapped down a little bit on earnings. Kind of see that gap down though. I mean, it's sitting right there. Looks like there's could be some support around 25.50. So there's a way it could go a ways it could go down. Meanwhile, JW Nordstrom's keeps moving down. 1976 now. Another small one that has been active in the past. I think it's an earnings play. KR. Yeah, it's an earnings play. I mean, it could be interesting. 22 million in the float. Could be interesting because you can see all the days it's been basing, and now it gaps up a little bit on earnings. It hit a high maybe 3 weeks ago of 240. And EAT is an earnings play. EAT is an earnings play. It is gapped down also. Pretty big level for it to be at right now. If it can take out that 27 level underneath, wow, it's got a lot of room underneath. So EAT is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet, but I say it is an earnings play. Now, maybe keep an eye on swag, guys. It didn't have the same sort of move as the DNAA, and it may not do anything. But swag now, the merger is in effect tomorrow. It'll start trading as NOGN, but it really didn't have the pop, not like the DNAA. But I do have an alert. I'm going to set an alert for about $11 for it, just in case it starts to move ahead of it turning into NOGN tomorrow. Boy, Nordstrom's is just getting crushed here, guys. More and more new lows I'm hearing. 1948. So now look left. 1936 and then 1865. So still a little bit of room. Boy, just getting absolutely creamed here. I looked at Macy's. I'm just looking to see if let's take a look at XRT though. XRT, the retail ETF. See what's happening with it. So far, Nordstrom's has not affected the overall retail sector so far. I looked at Macy's. Didn't see Macy's on a big drop either. It's down 2%, but nothing huge. And I did take a peek at yesterday's huge disappointment where it opened, STBX. Wanted to see maybe it has that second day, maybe the second day, a little cheaper. It actually did get back up in the after hours, right back up to $30, and then it just fell. Again, this was this IPO yesterday that a lot of us were watching. But the problem is it opened, I think, around $28, and then it got halted immediately. So really no opportunity to trade it. No, I couldn't do it, Zen. I couldn't take it. I when it started to trade, it immediately got halted. I think right around 28. So it was immediately halted, and then when it came out of the halt, I think it was at 40. So there's no. What I was hoping for is that maybe it would open around the 10 to 12 mark, and if it had, I would have taken some, but just no opportunity to trade it. But what I was talking about today is maybe now the fact that it's pulled all the way back down here, maybe if there's some enthusiasm that comes back into it. What did it get to in the pre-market? Got up to 20 in the pre-market. So anyway, we'll have to see. But definitely a disappointment. Now there could be one today. There could be one today. I think this one is supposed to open today. PXMD, I believe. And that's another, look at the structure of this one, 1.6 million, potential between 4.5 and 6.5. I think that is supposed to open today. The big one though will be Jay-Z. I just doubt we'll be able to get it. Jay-Z will open, in theory, open on Friday. And behind that is that AMTD group and very low number of shares, low IPO price. This will probably open at some crazy number. TRQ is in the news here. I think Rio Tinto is upping or sweetening their proposal. Yeah, so they've raised their bid for TRQ up to $3.1 billion. Now, guys, my homepage, I have added that. Let me just get my homepage link. And I'll pop it into our YouTube room and also in. Okay, so now if you go to my homepage and you go to my scans, go to my scan section, I've added the race mode large cap gainers from the open also, okay? So maybe a little less volatile than the one that I display, the biggest gainers from the open. But what I did was I turned, basically it's the same race scan. I just increased the gap or the market cap has to be at least 500 million, and also the float has to be at least 50 million. So you're not going to get the wild moves, but for some of you, that might be better. Okay, so I've got now two races here that you can choose from. And of course, we'll be talking about races all day long. All right, 912. Let's see what the analysts have in store for us today in terms of upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. Let me go to my. Yesterday, they hardly had any. Again, they hardly have any of either. So I'll get them in though. Here are the upgrades. And that's it for the upgrades. Few more downgrades, but not that many more. I see 3 downgrades for BNS. Let's take a look at BNS. I see 3 downgrades. Not really. No, William. I've no company here. Maybe I'm just trying to mellow out a little bit more. So we've got 3 downgrades for BNS guys, and not very much volume yet. In fact, we've got a lot of. In fact, more than that, I'm just now looking at my IB headlines. A bunch of firms downgrading BNS. This is Bank of Nova Scotia. It's not an earnings play that I can see. Interesting. Well, after the gentleman told me yesterday that I'm in the wrong profession because I don't have enough patience to do this, I decided I'll work on that today. Okay, NDAQ, no volume. Nothing really exciting, guys. I mean, the drug, I was hoping we get something that has a little more continuation today, maybe a 2 or 3. Did I mention nerve? I can't mention if I mentioned nerve. I can't remember if I mentioned nerve, NERV. I don't think I did. And I do not see any reason for this pop for nerve. It's a big pop though, guys. So yeah, got to keep an eye on this one. I mean, it had interesting last 2 days. And I see these topping tails, so they did sell off somewhat. But right at the 200-day moving average right now, the VWAP and the 200-day moving average coming into play for nerve and ERV. So you can see if it can take that out, the next highs looking left are, wow, way up here, just over 7. So that will definitely have to keep an eye on this one. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, thank you, Zach, from yesterday. So nerve, yeah, because we did see this one pop yesterday, but then it sold right, not right off, but it did have a sell off at the end. It could not hold the gains. So, well, obviously a big deal if it can take out the VWAP and the 200-day SMA. It's kind of right there now. Thanks for that, Zach. Okay, so Beyond Mind, you are looking for my layout. Here it is. This is in our YouTube room asking for my layout. So what you see here, this you'll actually see this, okay? But when the market opens, just minimize it. This is just, to be used in the pre-market. Only these two. I didn't include these other three, but just these two. And remember, this is a layout, okay? So before you load my layout, make absolutely sure that you save your layout to the cloud. I'll give you my layout, guys, in the main room too, if you want it. But make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout open at a time without getting into docking and all that. Okay, so just absolutely make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. I haven't seen DWAC for a long time. What is it doing? Still nothing. Yeah, well, CFVI, yeah, it's still nothing shaking there. Yeah, so I mean, it's the same company, I believe, that is involved with DWAC in terms of a blank check, but yeah, I mean, just nothing's happening. So my guess is that the price of oil has gone up a bit. Let me just check my oil prices. Not much, 10 cents, but still 93. So let's take a look at the sectors. My guess is that we're going to see the 100% for oil up. I'm just looking at uranium. Uranium is definitely strong today. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to look at the major sectors, sector status. So from our toolbar, you can click on new, and then you'll have to click on more to get the full number of channels, and then click on sector status if you want to follow along. Oh, sort of 50-50. Interesting. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE is the main ETF for energy. Typically, when we see this in the pre-market, typically it's all or nothing. What I mean by that is typically Like right now, it says 61.9% in green. What that means is that 62% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. Typically, though, when we look at this, it's either 100% either way, either 100% are down or 100% are up. So it's a little bit interesting. Now we're in for basically a flat open, which you take a look at the major sectors. Nothing is really strong. Just looking here, and there's no really strong sector. You definitely got to watch this retail sector, guys. Let's see if once this market opens, Nordstrom's really starts to drag down the other retailers. I'm surprised that 67% of them are still up from yesterday's close after Nordstrom's earnings release. Justin, you're talking about an IPO? It could be PXMD. It could be PXMD. Let me just check my IPO calendar again. Because sometimes there's nothing written in stone with these little guys. But let's just take a look to see if they've changed anything. All right, so Thursday. Okay, Thursday. So I'm wrong, actually. So today is Wednesday, right? Okay. I'm not sure if that actually ever said Wednesday. So I am wrong. So in theory, no IPOs today. None of these crazy low, like the structure. I'm just looking at the structure. Very few shares issued and very low price. That's all I'm looking at. And then we've got 3 on Friday potentially. So this is a pretty active 2 days after today. We might have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them. I don't count the SPACs. That's just an acquisition, so I don't count those. So we may have 6 in the next 2 days. And they're all, look at the structure, like 5 million, 2.5 million, 1 million, 1.6, 1.6, 1.3, and very low priced, nothing more than 7 really. So yeah, URA, Ron, URA is an ETF for the uranium sector. Okay. If you don't want to take an individual stock, you can take a look at URA. Lucci, I am talking, so you guys can hear me, right? Just want to make sure in the main room. Somebody's saying they can't hear me, but I just want to make sure that's not everybody. Okay, so okay, let's see. So what is the market doing? Yeah, the market is just flat right now. SPY is basically neutral. Nerdy. Yeah, remember Nerdy from yesterday. But again, look at these big topping tails. They can rope a lot of people in, guys. I mean, look at this NRDY. It had an interesting day yesterday, but again, the sell-off with these topping tails could not hold the gains. I mean, all I'm looking for is something that might have a second day continuation. Usually, in order to get that, on the day that it has the run, it has to close sort of near the highs. You don't want to see the big sell-off. Going from 387 down to 335, that's a pretty big percentage sell-off. And that's the issue. Because now you've got to contend with yesterday's high. Meanwhile, CCJ, Chemical, this is probably, this is, if not the biggest, it's one of the biggest in the world. The uranium mines, producers, I think, out of Saskatchewan. Certainly the biggest in Canada, but I think it's a world leader. Oh, I know it's a world leader. I just don't know where it ranks. Yeah, this ENVX is also interesting, guys. I saw this one yesterday. It almost, almost trying to take out the day before high. So what are we, Wednesday? So that's the Monday high, and now it's above the Monday and yesterday high. Okay, the volume's not terrible. I mean, 168,000. So it's got room. This, what do they do? It's 3D solar. Okay, I don't renewable. So it's an EV play. Okay, EV sector, but it's got some room, guys. I mean, look at EVNX. It definitely has some room. It's not a low float, 106 million. So it may not be like really crazy. And you're right, yeah, Ryan, in our YouTube room, I'm just looking at a headline now. Price raised to $36 a share from 19 by Cowan is what we're talking about. Okay. Again, if you're new to this, don't think, oh, I guess it's going to 36. So I may as well just sell everything I own and put it all into this. No. Okay. This is just a, quote unquote opinion. Okay. On the drug, I'm going to keep watching it, out of it, but I want to keep watching to see how well it can hold two. There's the VWAP 199, so it's a little bit above, yeah, the VWAP. It's got still a lot of room. I mean, a couple of days ago it hit 345, so it still has a lot of room. Just a matter of how well can it hold two. It's not shortable for me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stick a price alert right around that 224 level and see if it retakes that. Can't look at this one and not say Starbucks. I can't do it. Every time I see this, I think this must be Starbucks. Unless the memers really, really get a hold of this Bed Bath and Beyond, I'd be looking at a short on this. Now, no shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, certainly. Yeah, I mean, what did it get up to? Actually, 12.24. So it's dropped about $1. I just wish it were shortable at Interactive Brokers. They come and go at IB. All right, guys. I think it's less than a minute to the open. Where's my assistant? No, telling me that. All right, guys. Less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll let things settle down a little bit. And if I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade until the first 30 minutes. Just really let things settle down a bit. And the races will start at 9:30. There we go. Okay, the timer worked. There we go. So the races are starting. And let's take a look at JWN. Yeah, nothing really big happening yet. Give me a moment. So how is uranium doing right out off the bat? URA, how's it doing? So a little bit of, I mean, the minor sell-off, okay? This is the ETF for uranium, URA, just a minor sell-off. Minor, very minor. Okay, Peloton has earnings tomorrow, but they're a big deal. They made an announcement that they're going to be selling their product on Amazon, PTON. Did hit a high in the pre-market, 1320. All right, so the SPRC is moving a little bit here, guys. Very low float. They did have some news, positive data, positive results, results for cocaine addiction treatment. It's an Israeli company. Okay. And there's a very low float. Look at the volume already, man. Oh man, I mean, that's a lot of volume already. 13 million, 3 million in the float. Do the quick math, about maybe four and a quarter times the float. Okay, so that's a lot of volume coming into SPRC. The main issue I've got with it is, you've got all these little areas where it could stall. But you're looking for a quick trade. I mean, that could be it. Okay, so drug gave up. Disappointing. Drug gave up too. I think that's probably it for drug today. All right, Zito, ZTO, all the way down on a financing news. Let me see if I can see a price. Offering $870 million. I just don't see a price. Maybe William, if you can dive into that, see what sort of a price for the Zito. And we have a halt. Yeah, we have our halt for STBX. So forget about that one, I guess. Zito, ZTO, still on the way down, guys. So if you have, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, I mean, these will show up a lot earlier. I don't like to take these in the first 15, but there it is, ZTO 2337. If this were an all-time low, I'd be more induced to take a look. Look at GCT, guys, from a couple of days ago. Look at GCT. Again, highly risky, very, very risky. And ape, even ape. So it's not stock. So, but how do you relate that to some kind of a price, William, in terms of like, because obviously it's going down. Really? No shorts, really? I mean, there are almost 10 million interactive brokers. I'm surprised that your broker would not have them. All right, guys, keep an eye on this ENVX. It's taken out the last 2 days highs, and it has a shot. I mean, the next high looking left. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, but the next high looking left for ENVX is what, $25? So we're at 22.32 right now. So it had a bottoming tail. So the sellers took over for a while, but the buyers, oh shoot, I wanted to take this. I was going to break my rule and take this immediately, but I think I'm a little too late. Just because of the gap, guys, there's lots of room here, but I think I'm a little bit too late right now. Yeah, the SBRC looks interesting. I just wish all this weren't here. I mean, there's certainly, I mean, if you get a little more less conservative than I am, I mean, there looks like there's a ton of resistance around 174. Okay, no question about that. So I mean, from 140 to 174, it's not bad, obviously, on a percentage basis. I just kept looking at all this before it hit 174, thinking it could stall in any one of these areas. But that's just me, guys. I mean, I'm just pretty conservative when it comes to taking something like this. I like to see a clearer shot to that level. I just didn't see it, but you know what? It might run anyway, and that's fine if you took it. Look at the nerve, guys. The nerve of it. Look at nerve, guys, sitting right on that 200-day, 539, and right at the VWAP. I mean, the VWAP and the 200-day are virtually the same. So you can kind of see if it can just hold this and then start to move. Very low float, 4.5 million in the float. This is NERV. Maybe keep an eye on CPRX is, well, wait a minute. Looks like there's some support not that far away for CPRX. Okay, the uranium plays remain strong so far. Quadruple U. I'm sure Cameco. Let's take a look at the ETF, URA. Not really. So the individual stocks. So let's take a look at CCJ. Yeah, so CCJ, look at the volume that came in. CCJ. All right, guys, there's Peloton trying to take out the high of the pre-market. PTON trying to take out the high of the pre-market, which is about 1320. And if it does that, then the next high is 1365. Okay, that would be the next high in the daily chart. Amazon news for Peloton has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. So they make the announcement before earnings tomorrow and hope people forget about the disastrous earnings they're going to release tomorrow and just focus on the deal with Amazon. And the memers may be all over this one today also, PTON. All right, so I do see some news for drug here. I mean, shares rally before the market open, offering 2.9 million units at $1.40 share, so they're raising $4 million. Usually companies get thumped for that, but oh well, that's what happened with drug. I just saw that news now. All right, so what's happening with the market? So really nothing. SPY's basically flat, Dow's down a little, Nas is basically flat. So nothing earth-shattering yet with the overall markets. Okay, FGI, what are you going to do here? Because there's no, I don't see any. 410 is the next high looking left that I can see. Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. Yeah, some serious, pretty serious move. Lots of volume coming in. This is not a crazy high float either. 76 million, not crazy high. Certainly not low, but it's not high. This will probably easily trade the float today. 35 million, basically traded almost half the float. So the next high looking left, if you're in this one, the next area to keep an eye on is 1255, because that is the next high looking left 3 days ago. All right, guys. Now, how much volume was that for the swag? And what's the spread like? Ah, it's terrible. Okay, so yeah, look at that, up, down. The reason I had this on a price alert is that the merger has been accepted and swag will turn into NOGN tomorrow. So I was thinking maybe ahead of that, you could have a run, not unlike the DN. I don't mean it would run like DNNA, but that's what happened with DNAA on Friday. It had a crazy run all the way up to 50. You might say, well, no, wait a minute, Barry only hit 17. It's the after hours action. Look at the after hours. This is Friday where it got up to 50. That was after they made the announcement that the merger had been accepted, and this would be starting to trade as, I can't remember what the symbol is. So this is not trading as DNAA anymore. So similar to swag, but swag does not have the same. I'm looking at the large cap. Yep. So for those who don't know, if you go to my homepage, I've also added as one of the scans, one of the race scans, I've added the large cap also. And I'm looking at it also, yes, just on my other monitor. So if you click on my, oops, if you click on my homepage link and then go to the scan section, and you'll see now I've got the two race modes, the biggest gainers from the open, which is the one I'm displaying, and then also the large cap gainers from the open. Okay, so I've got two races that you have. You can have them both up and running. I have both up and running. I don't think that's excessive. I wouldn't have probably more than two. Especially if we're not going to see a lot of great follow through on these low floaters. Okay. There's For instance, there's CHPT, CHPT. Look what's happened with CHPT. All right, guys, drug has regained 2. Drug has regained 2. Well, this one is just getting hammered here, guys. Cprx. Let's see if I can see any news. Cut to neutral from buy by Roth Capital. So I don't know if they put an actual price alert on them or price target. The next low looking left is 1328, and that is for the, wow, that's almost there, guys. That's for the CPRX. So let's see what it does at 1328. Does that hold it? Does it hold it, or does it go right through? Because after that, it still has room to go down, and that is for the CPRX. Keep an eye on the Viru. Viru had a pretty good day yesterday. Still has these highs to contend with. A 19 level. If I could ever take out that 19, look what happened before. This is a COVID play, I believe. Well, if you're aggressive, look at this. Look at the GCT, guys. Look at the GCT. So the high yesterday was 34.90. So it's back over 30. Okay, guys, drug is getting interesting again. Had a big, bottoming tail right down to 181 or so, but it's back over 2. The pre-market high was 233, but more importantly, look left. Look where it could go. I'm not saying it's getting to 347, okay? But look left, and that is the next high, and that is 2 days ago. So this certainly has some room. And that is the drug, drug. I'm sorry, guys. I'm laughing at Steve Gomez comment in our YouTube room. Look, Ma, look at me, Ma. I'm day trading again. Steve is now starting to day trade a little bit more than he has in the past. He used to a long time ago, but I think he told me for about 10 years he just concentrated on swing trading. But these races are producing great, can produce some great intraday trades. If you got to be fast though, and you've got to be alert. You cannot wander away. I did not take the SPRC, for all those reasons, but that's okay. I can point out opportunities. If people who are slightly less conservative than myself in their approach, they might look at that, go, well, I see what he's saying, but I don't care. Okay, drugged. I mean, a guy's drugged. Let's see how well this holds as 220 level, really. I mean, it's just a matter of all that room it's got looking left. If it can take out the pre-market highs way up here around 230. Like you said, D, so 232 and 269 for the fibs. So 232 almost relates to that pre-market high for the drug. All right, guys, look at Nordstrom's. Holy smokes. Underneath 19 now. Well, I tried to get a short on it, but I was too slow. Too slow. And also, it's down 18%. Not sure how easy it is to get right at the bid because of the uptick rule, but okay, drug is playing games right around that 2 level. I like to see it get to around 230, and then I'll probably take that trade. It just is not. I just want to see how well it holds 2, though. Boy, CPRX guys, mentioned this one earlier. Wow, now look at it. I mean, it's below that low there. Next low now is 1263. I don't see any specific, or did I mention somebody who said somebody downgraded it? Yeah, Roth. PTON should be really interesting tomorrow when they release earnings. So, I mean, look at this. Look at this move on that Amazon news for PTON. Now, if you took this trade, 1365 is the next high looking left, so be aware of that. And then after that is 1432. So if you took this trade and you're still in it, just be aware of those areas. Okay, drug, come on back into the 220s. I couldn't get the north. Well, it'd be interesting if I could have got it. I tried to get it at 1895. There are lots of shorts available. That's not the issue. It's more the uptick rule. Well, look at this TLK. Wow, look at this TLK. I mean, repeating myself, but why? Because getting rid of all of this, but 3189. What is the next high looking left? It's not that far away. 3225. Meanwhile, Fetch is going. I think Fetch is going crazy. I think Fetch is going crazy. There it is in the race. This is an earnings play. Again, though, coming into maybe a lot of resistance right around 10. I mean, we're at 965 right now. Just look at that daily chart. To me, there's a lot of resistance right around 10. Hey, I remembered. Okay, so Derek, if you have Interactive Brokers, sounds like you do. Um, if you go to File and then type in File and then search, type in SLB, okay? SLB. And when you do that, you'll get a box that pops, eventually that'll pop up, and this tells you how many shorts are available, okay? I mean, there's another way in which you can hover over right underneath the order entry. It says shortable, and you can hover over that and it'll tell you how many, if they are available, okay? But I like having this box. So for instance, if I click on PLTK, see how it changes, and it'll tell me how many shares are available immediately, okay? So just type in your search, file search, type in SLB. And then when I save IB, I just of course save the fact that I've got that open. So every day when I open IB, it's always there. Keep an eye on the drug guys. Really mean it. I mean, if it can get back up to this 230 level. Meanwhile, Oh, am I wrong about the fetch? Sorry. As my eyes betray me. Yes, I'm sorry. This is not an earnings play today. This is tomorrow, after hours tomorrow. I'm sorry. I thought that said 20. I thought that said 24, and I was wrong. However, it's moving ahead of earnings. I don't know if there's any specific news on it today, other than the fact that it has earnings tomorrow. Maybe the bets are being placed that it's going to be okay. I'm just looking to see if I can see any other news on it. There is some news though. Now, here we go. So they did do an acquisition in a company called YNAP. I don't know if that's a publicly traded company in that symbol. Let's take a look. So I don't know YNAP at all. YNAP. So that is the reason for the pop today ahead of earnings tomorrow. Mama Cass is on the way down. It got halted. Now it's resumed. CAAS, and it's halted again. Okay, so in our YouTube room, I was asked, what do I mean when I say next high looking left? So let's take a look at drug. Well, because I'm basically a momentum trader, so I'm seeing most of the things that I see are near the highs of the day. Okay, and so my next step is taking a look on a daily chart. Where is that next high looking left on the daily chart? So for instance, that's why I'm talking about drugs so much, because 2 days ago, it hit a high of 345. That can be a bit of a magnet, okay? And when I say a magnet, I mean other traders are looking at that and going, wow, 2 days ago it hit 345. I wonder if it could get close to that, okay? So that's what I'm talking about when I say look left. For instance, if that next high looking left, when I'm looking at a daily chart, had it been 230, I wouldn't be that as interested. But because it's way up here at 345, to me, it's way more interesting because of what it could do. Again, this does not mean it's going to get there. It just means that before it hits, the next high, it's got a lot of room. Now, if I can't see anything on this daily chart, now I used to have a weekly and a monthly up, but I'm sort of warming to the idea of just having a huge daily chart and just kind of scrolling back a little bit. I don't mind doing it that way now. So for instance, if I hadn't seen, let's maybe get another example. Yeah, I need an example. The example I'm trying to see is if I'm looking, that's a very early phone call, just a minute. All right, guys, that was nothing. So I was a phone call. You guys, with my sound canceling, you probably didn't hear that. I wish I could find a better example so that if I were looking left, that I wouldn't see anything immediately looking left unless I really expanded the daily chart. Okay. But I'm all about looking left, always looking left to see where is the next high on that daily chart, where it could stall. Hopefully that makes sense. So for instance, here's PLTK. So when I look left on that daily chart, the next high I see is 1192. It's pretty close to this current price. And also, when you look at it, you see a lot of action right around 12. So you can look at that as potential resistance. So how much further can this go before it hits that resistance? Yeah, all we care about though, somebody said, okay, when you're looking at drug, yes, but all we're caring about is short term. I don't care about anything that happened back here. All of a sudden, drug got super active 5 days ago. Okay, very, very active. Okay, guys, there it starts to go. Drug, 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 drug. I hope your fib is right on the 269. So you look at Jewel as an example, JWEL. So what was the high yesterday? 146. I mean, it's at 120 right now. If I could be guaranteed taking this trade at 120 and it would get up to 146, of course I'd do it, right? I mean, that's a nice percentage move. But, a lot of traders like myself, as it would be approaching, if I took this trade right now, as it would be approaching that high of yesterday, I'd be dumping a lot because I wouldn't trust that it would get right up there. And I think a lot of traders would do that. Consequently, for me, just not enough room. All right, rug. Now, I've taken some out, guys. The reason being is that sometimes that 50 cent level can be is tough to get through for stocks under $5, in my opinion anyway. The 50 cent level, as the whole number is for a lot of stocks, it's just sort of psychological. So I've taken some out around that 241 mark from the 227. So now it remains to be seen if it can take out that 250 level for the drug. What did it get to? It got like literally, well, not quite 245 it got to. No, you cannot make sound alerts for the Market Explorer scanners. No, not that I'm aware of anyway. Let me just do a quick check. I don't think so though. No, maybe down the road, but not yet. Now, again, if drug can explode through that 250 mark, look out because when Sandy's got a fib at 269, but I'm also looking at that high of 2 days ago. So, boy, look at BEKE, guys. Had earnings yesterday, China stock yesterday. It closed above the 200-day moving average, BEKE. And what sort of room does it have? 1845. So it's got about $1 or so. Yes, Mohammed. If I don't know when you come into the room, but my premise was taking the trade. I was waiting to see if it get into the 220s, and it seemed to be holding that 220. So I got in around 227, And I've sold some at 241 just in case it couldn't take out 250. And hey, I mean, if it takes out 250, and I also traded this in the pre-market. All right. Well, let's induce it higher by putting a little price alert. I'd like to have fun. Well, I'm already in it, Jordan. I'm just I sold some before 241. I'm already in this one. I sold some at 241 just in case it could not take out 250. I mean, look what it's done. Got up to 255 briefly. Took out 250. You know, if it gets back probably down to 230, I'm out. But I'm in at 227. I only have a 15-minute chart up. Yep. Somebody asked, do I only trade? But it's more than that, guys. It's looking left. Okay, it's always about how much room does it have. I mean, whether I look at a 5 or a 15 or a half a second chart, the idea for me is more importantly, where could it keep going? Yeah, it looks like it's really stalling at that 250 mark. Well, one of the things, yeah, Mohammed, I mean, my style of trading, it's a lot of feel though, okay? That's why it's difficult for me to, I can't say, okay, this is exactly what I'm going to do right here because I see this. A lot of what I do is by feel. And so it's very difficult for me to like teach my trading style to anybody because, it's a lot of it is feel. So the question in a YouTube room, traders always talk about half dollar and whole dollar. Well, I know I do. Um, it's just they're just psychological areas. For instance, you'll rarely see me take a trade. Let's just say a trade something was at 993. Well, first of all, 10 to me is a hugely psychological number to get through. Okay, but let's do a different example. Let's say a trade a stock was sitting at 792. I would not take the trade unless it broke over 8. Now, it doesn't mean just because it breaks over 8, boom, I'm in. I want to see it break 8 and see how well it can hold over 8. Now, I run the risk of something, at 792 going through 8, then it's at 810, 820, 830 immediately. Oh well, I've missed it. But what I would like to see is something maybe breaking over 8, getting up to 805, 810, back to 805, back to 810, something like that, forming a little bit of a base over 8. And then I would take the trade. As an example, I could put my stop just under 8. That's the way I look at whole numbers. The 50-cent level can be the same, for stocks underneath $5. Can be the same. Not saying it's always the same, but again, there are some whole numbers which are, more significant than others. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 100, those are, in my opinion anyway, significant psychological barriers to either get through or support, the same thing. If I'm looking to take something, I don't do this often, but something on a pullback, and I see it pulling back to a whole number, I want to watch to see how well it's holding that number. And then if it bounces off that number, maybe I take the trade. I'm not a big pullback trader though. Yeah, Steve, drug looks like it's kind of done. The only thing I'll do now is just set my price. Well, I still have a price alert up here, just over 250. See if it takes it out later on. But it just kind of looks like it's done. I mean, the volume is still good. Volume is still really good. 54 million, 7 million. So it's traded 8 times just about the float. So I'm all out of it now, guys. I'm completely out of the drug. If it gets over 250 again, I might be induced to take it again, but I'm all out of the drug now. All right, let's start look at some of these ones that won races early in the day. Let's take a look at. Now, I should explain what you're seeing here. If you're new, all about the races. So let me just open the top list. So during the prehistoric times, before we had races, we had top lists. Top lists were okay. If you, every column that you have in a top list window, you can sort on it. So if I double left click rapidly, say on the change from the close, I can see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. There's drug right there, 72%, SPRC 48%, etc. Okay. If I do the same thing on the change from the open, which I rather, I don't look at the change from the close really anymore, other than in the pre-market, but rapidly double left click on the change from the open. So I see GCT 21%. Okay, 21% from the open. Again, the open, that's that first trade of the day. It's 21% above that first trade of the day. It's all well and good. It might be interesting to see, but how do we trade this? Is GCT moving right now? I don't know. I mean, I could stare at that 21. I notice it went to 24. So obviously it is moving now. Is ALRR moving? I see it's at 18.2. Is it moving now? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look like it is. But it'd be crazy if you had to stare at these numbers to see what was moving and potentially getting into a trade. So what the races do, and I run 4 minute races. Now there's no magic about my running a race every 4 minutes. If you want to run a race every 3 minutes or 10 minutes or 5 minutes, I decided 4 minutes. There's nothing scientific about it. I just decided, I wanted to run a race every 4 minutes. So what does that mean, running a race? When this race is over, in about 51 seconds, a new race will begin. Well, I'll answer your question in a minute there, Jordan. All you have to do is take it and change it yourself and save the change. And that's all you really have to do. So when this race is over, another one will begin. So what does that mean? That means that every stock starts at the same starting position, and then the race begins. What will happen is, for instance, look at FCEL down here. It's right now, it is 8.4% above the open. But what if all of a sudden it starts to move? And now it's 9%, 10%, 12%, 15%. You will see in relation to the other stocks, because GCT could be just doing nothing right now. It could be just sort of sitting at that, it looks like it's a leader in terms of the overall lead change from the open for the day, but it may not be doing anything right now. So relative to all the stocks that meet these filter requirements, this is going to tell me what stock is moving. And you'll see it, as I call it, the leaderboard. You'll start to see a stock starting moving up in position, maybe to the top of the leaderboard. So there's ALLR right now. I mean, it's not a huge move. And you can see, it's 2.95% right now. But as you'll all of a sudden maybe see some stock that is at 12, 15, 20%. You got to click on it. Even you have to wait for it to get to the top. If you start to see a stock moving, click on it to see what's happening. Okay, you could never know though by trying to stare at a list to know what exactly is moving. So this is all about relative strength, relative to all stocks that meet these filter requirements. This is very simple, at least 200,000 shares between $1 and $50 and up 2% from the close. I put that in because I just want to see stocks that are positive for the day, okay? And then I run the race, and you can have this. I mean, this is one of the ones I'm sharing. And then you just sort of follow it. Now, the other beautiful thing about it is that it creates a top 10 list for you automatically. Now, if you don't see this as a top 10 list, if you've got a race that is running, you made one, but it looks like this, like a real mishmash, okay, as opposed to a nice top 10 list that's been created, right click on the window and then show top 10 winners. So why is that important? Over the course of the day, the more times a stock wins a race, it'll move up in this position. So you can see right there, number one, and it's early. We're only at 10:16. SPRC has won 2 races. That's what that 2 means. Drug has won 2 races. Okay. And by the end of the day, though, or midday, you'll start to see that there could be a stock that's won 10 races. You got to follow it all day. And this watch list, this top 10 watch list is created for you automatically. So another huge reason why I like the races is this scan. I call it a scan. To me, it's a hybrid between, a top list, which has a bunch of stocks that you do want to follow, but you can never, know what is exactly happening unless you had something like the race, and an alert window. It's kind of a hybrid because, these are all real time. As a stock is moving higher, you're going to see it. But what I think the probably almost as important is that trade ideas can be really hard for a lot of people because they look at it and they go, well, where do I start? I mean, I know I can create all these different alert windows if I want to, or I know Barry's got some alert windows that he's sharing, or I could go into the toolbar or to the channel bar and I can see all these theme-based channels, and every one of them has got some alerts. What the heck am I supposed to do? This gets you to focus on one scan, okay? And I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all in terms of the scan. Remember, it's based on my parameters of a top list. You could have something different if you want, but my advice is to maybe just really give racing a month, even. Give it at least a month of watching it every single day, seeing how the top 10 list is constructed. Because what can happen here is look at Cano as an example. It won 1 race at the beginning of the day. So I look at it, I just click on it. And now I look at it and go, sort of basing here. What if it took out the high right there? Maybe I should be interested in taking the trade if it takes out the high right there. It's through the 200 day. I mean, this is the thought process. That's why second part of all this is to practice in the simulator. You can practice trading in our simulator. So let me answer a couple of questions as I keep going. Okay. So it gets you to focus on one scan. So instead of hopping around on all sorts of different alert windows, different top list windows, and clicking like mad all day long on different symbols and getting really nothing done, like I used to do, when I first started, as a customer trade ideas, having every single type of setup that I can think of. And yeah, it was wonderful, all these setups, but way too many alerts and getting nothing done. So, I had to pare down like mad. And it's hard, sometimes you think, wow, how can I get rid of this scan? Because, what if in this scan today and I get rid of it and this scan today, would have given me this unbelievable trade. Well, it can happen, of course, but you've got to make up your mind that you cannot just be flitting around from scan to scan to scan to scan. So, and this is my, I know it's sort of a broken record. This is I'm into my 7th week now, almost exclusively using this scan. I have one other scan that I pay attention to, and that's my 10-day daily breakdown. for potential shorts. That's where I, could have taken that JWN. These ones here, the 10-day daily breakout, I will look at it, but more than likely they're going to be showing up here anyway. And that's it. That is really it. Now, I do have large cap gainers from the open also. So if you want that one, all I did was I took this scan and I just basically said, okay, because this is not everybody's style of trading. These are fast moving, volatile stocks. And if you're new to trading, yeah, it looks wonderful if you get on the right side. If you get right on the right side of nerve at 521 and now it's at 6, great. But you also have to realize that these are very volatile, and it's usually because the float is so low. I don't have a filter that is only looking for low float stocks, but for a stock to be up 30%, typically it's going to be a relatively low float. You're not going to see Microsoft or Google or Amazon, or I hate calling it Meta, but Facebook. Rarely you're going to see those stocks up 30% because they've got such a huge float. Think of the float as the large float stocks, like a big, huge ocean liner, the Queen Mary, if it's still around. I don't even know if that cruise ship is still around, but let's say it is. For it to turn around, a huge ship to turn around, it's going to have a wide radius, okay? As opposed to a little speedboat, boom, it just turns on a dime. Well, it can turn on a dime up and it can turn on a dime down. And that's the beautiful thing about low floats, but it's also the super negative thing. Okay, because all of a sudden, when the buying dries up, people will flee the stock, and it can have a huge dramatic drop down. That's why I'm always saying, if you get into those sort of stocks, you have to stay. You cannot leave your computer. You cannot go downstairs, make a pot of tea, and come back a couple of minutes later and think that it's going to be moving higher still. Okay, because the rug can get pulled at any time. So I've been talking a lot. So somebody asked me, well, how do I create the, remember now, I'm going to direct you to my home page. I'm going to put my homepage link in again. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, if you go, because yes, I'm talking about the races, okay, but you're not going to remember everything I'm saying. If you go to the education section, click here on the education section, go to the user guide, and then right here, TI stock races. I cannot recommend more. I guess I could, but go to this and find out about what it's all about. Steve Gomez put a couple of these together, the stock race setup, how to trade race winners, but there's all sorts of information. So somebody asked the question, well, how do you construct a large cap one? Remember, a race always starts off from a top list. Just give me a moment so let me get the top list up again. Okay, you don't have to have the top list up and running, but this race is based on this top list and any top list. Because if you right click on the top list, you notice it says launch the real-time stock race. So you can construct your own top list, with your price range you like, maybe a minimum volume, maybe some other filters in it, and you can run a race based on your parameters. This race is based on my parameters. They'll have to be yours. So the question was, well, how did you construct a large cap? Well, all you'd have to do, but I am sharing it, okay? I am sharing it, so you don't have to, but if I start typing in market cap, okay, so all I did was market cap, I added the filter. I put in 500 million. And then I also, for the float, I put in 50 million. Okay. And that's how this one was created. So if I right click, open the top list, and configure, you'll see the filters I'm using. See, 500,000 or 500,000,000 market cap, minimum float of 50 million. I think I even upped the minimum number shares today trading, 500,000. Okay, so that's the difference between this one and that one. You know, I don't have a market cap. I don't have a float, minimum float. I don't have a minimum market cap. So if you're looking for stocks that are maybe not quite, as volatile, you're going to have the large cap gainers. Okay, and again, it's just go to my home page. I've put my link in and click on the scan section, and here are the two races. There's the large cap gainers and the biggest gainers from the open that I display all day long. That may be, and I'm using them both. I don't mind having two, but I would not fall into the same pitfall of having like trying to have 10 races up and running. Again, I would get nothing done. It's all about focus, okay? Focus, focus, focus. Do I use Holly much? Not really. I mean, I'll look. I mean, I see drug is there. I mean, that's not but I have a certain price range that I don't mind using it for. But to be honest, I mean, this is what I like to concentrate on. I see drug did hit the AI. So you can see Peloton. It's a large cap, but it's also here too. So it's not just about low float situations in this window. If the stock is moving, it'll show up. 286 million in the float. So it's not just about, but if you're looking for, stocks that are a little more, well, not as volatile, then, you can take a look certainly at the large cap gainers from the open that I have in my homepage now. So that's too bad, Joanne. I mean, not knowing. I mean, in our YouTube room, it's had trade ideas for 5 months and didn't know we could create a price alert on the charts. And that's why. I mean, when you look at our user guide, sure, it can look daunting. There's all sorts of. It's like a big manual, like any other software program. Hopefully, look at the SPY, guys. By the way, look at the SPY. I haven't even looked at the market. One of the things about this sort of a scan is that typically it doesn't really matter what the market's doing. The market can be moving down, market could be moving up, it could be moving sideways, because these are flying under the radar typically. So looking at FGI right now, see, right now for me, this is way too close to the whole number. Okay, that 4. I mean, I know it popped over it, but also, when you look left, I mean, there is some room, I suppose. I mean, the next high looking left is around 440. I mean, if you told me I could buy this at 397 and would get very close to 440, I'd take it, of course. I just don't know. I mean, if traders are like me, they're probably getting rid of a lot between 420 and 430 if they got in earlier. I get lucky every now and then in terms of name pronunciation. Well, JJ, I'm sorry. I thought I explained. It is here. You can go to my homepage. That's what I was saying. You can go to my homepage and the scan is here. Click on my scan section and there it is. There's the large cap gainers. Maybe you didn't hear me. So you can have it. And I explained how I created it, but maybe you didn't hear me. BEKE showed up on large cap gainers, Ron. Okay, JJ, excuse me. Okay, JJ, just go to my homepage. It, it just helps me to go, go to my, when I tell people to go to my homepage, go to the scan section. Otherwise, I'd have to go in there. I'd be posting links all day long as well. You can do it yourself then. I mean, all I did was, do you know how to create a top list, JJ? I mean, okay, why don't you do it yourself from scratch? Good exercise. I mean, half a mil, again, you don't have to use the same price range as I do. Now, one thing, eventually, you guys are going to have the same thing. I don't know if you have it right now, though. Let me just duplicate this window. I don't want to mess this up. That little gear, you don't have this yet, but this is where you'll be able to actually quickly change a price range and a volume. Okay, quickly. But I don't think you have that yet. But I don't have a top list that I can give to you that has your price range. You just have to change it yourself. So this is what you could do. Take my scan, take this scan, and good exercise for you, right? Good exercise. Take the scan, open the top list. Okay, now you can modify it. There might be even a way you can do this now. Let me just see. I just don't want to just give me a moment. So if you take the scan, right click and configure, you can you can do it right now. I think you can do that right now, okay? By changing the price range. So take my scan, and now you can change the price range. I think you guys can do that. And I always have to say I think because I'm always on a version that you guys don't have. But I think if you right click, configure, hopefully something like this pops up. And then you can change the price range and your minimum volume very quickly. Okay? Let me know if that worked. So you can't do that. Okay. So you guys can't do that yet. So unfortunately, then you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. So right click, open the top list, and then you can, make your change like normally in a top list window, change the price range, etc., and then launch the race. Does that make sense? So make your change, save it, say okay, and then launch the race as you want the top list to be focused on. Again, my top list is my top list, of course. So is the gear available on the latest beta? If that gear is available for you, okay, then I just wasn't sure if that gear. So you might, again, you might be able to do it. I'm going to again, I'm going to again duplicate and that gear. So if that gear is available, if you're on the latest beta, then that somebody's saying the gear is available. Okay, so Michael in the trade ideas question, he's saying the gear. If you can see a gear now, if you don't see a gear, you probably have to download the latest beta from our website because then that'll allow you to quickly do it instead of having to, go to your top list, make a change, and all that. So how come Michael is saying the gear is available, Pepe, on the latest? It has to be the latest beta or whatever the production version is, unless Michael was given something secretly. But seriously, let me just see what it says here. Whoa, you're right. The download page is all messed up. Let me do that again. We click on download. Yeah, the download is so well. This looks like this is the latest public beta. I mean, it's all messed up, guys, but 5.6.5 that might have the gear. The download page is messed up. I mean, it's. I think you can probably still click on it, but obviously the fonts or whatever the heck has happened here, I'll have to let them know. So So I think Michael is correct. If you can download the latest beta, which is 5 point, which is 5 point, I have to scroll down. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, there it is. So 5.6.5 is the latest beta, and I guess that has that gear. Just makes it a little bit easier. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Yeah, just so let them know. I'm sure it's a quick fix, but it is still. I mean, you can muddle through it. I mean, it still works. The download still works. Okay. Mm, you're probably right. So FGI has a lot of room. When you say it doesn't matter to me, I don't know what you mean. I mean, yeah, it's got a, well, we don't even have a 200 day. I don't know why we don't have a 200 day unless it hasn't been around for 200 days. Or, yeah, I don't even know. We don't even have a 200 day here. So, No, we don't have anything like that, Fashir, in terms of option expiry. Nothing like that. We have some option scanners or filters, but we do not have anything like that, like when option expiry is due. For those of you interested in options, yeah, we don't scan for options. And the question in our YouTube room, is there a way to scan for stocks that have an option expiry in a certain number of days? So the answer is no. But we do have some option filters, which would have nothing to do with that. Yeah, we don't have that, fish here. We don't have that at all. Okay. The only thing we have for options, and really all it's doing is just showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So we have some obvious, we have the put call ratio. Option volume today is the average number of contracts, both puts and calls over the last 10 days. Option volume today is obvious. Put and call volume today. And this is the key one, the option volume today percent. Just give me a moment. So using this filter right there, this option volume today percent, if I add the filter, and let's just say for argument's sake, I put 300, okay? 300% ratio of 3. So if a stock has traded on average over the last 10 days, say 2,000 contracts total, for you to see it today, it will have to be trading 6,000 three times, okay? So people have told me who trade options, at least using a filter like this, at least it shows them stocks that are having abnormal option activity. But that's it. It's not, your weekly expires and all that sort of stuff. No. All right, guys. Well, I haven't been able to really pay attention to too much here. What I wanted to show though is the use of the simulator, because you're going to before you commit money to the market, you absolutely should practice, okay, trading. And what our simulator does, it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker, okay, because it's using our real-time data. So, I mean, if you wanted to practice trading, you say you don't know who your broker is going to be ultimately. You're still figuring that out, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. So all you need is our standard service and you're set to go. Now you have to be using, and I should always mention this, you have to be using the downloadable application in order to take advantage of racing and our simulator. Okay, if you're using our web-based version, and you're only using the web-based version, unless you want to have a program like an emulation program, use an emulation program like Parallels, or go to something like Microsoft 365 or AWS, then you will not have access to racing or our simulator. Okay, so what I want to do is just put the Brokerage Plus link in. Okay, so I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on that link there, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? But if you don't have Trade Ideas, or sorry, if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, E-Trade, don't think you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. Oh, guys, okay. Boy, keep an eye on drug now again, because it just briefly took out that 250 mark. Keep an eye on drug right now. Again, as it took out 250, it's dropped down below 250 again. But if it can get back over 250, maybe to 260, leave that 250 behind, that could turn into another nice trade because again, look left, it's got a lot of room. I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting to 345, but so let me continue. So if you have, again, if you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But if you don't have IB or E-Trade, it doesn't matter. We're a scanner. I always start off like that. You know, that's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. And by the way, I should give a big welcome also to those of you who are new to the room. And this is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson. And yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. And this is not, we're the last 3 days of our test drive where people could sign up, get access to our program for $11.11 for 10 trading days. But this room and all the support that I'm going to go over is like this all the time. Okay. This is not set up specifically for the test drive. So we offer a ton of support all the time. This room is free. You can come in all the time. You can ask me questions. Now, the second video in that link, that Brokers Plus link, goes into more detail about how you can use this window that we call Brokers Plus, and how I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. So it's pretty simple. This is what you would see. Now, Brokerage Plus, you click on the new from our toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, and then the Brokerage Plus window will load. Now, you may have different columns than I do. That's up to you. Once you get used to using it, we have a lot of different columns. Question in our YouTube room was, what is the test drive? The test drive we do 4 times a year. It ends on Friday. Basically, it gives people who want to try us out for 10 trading days with our premium service for $11.11. Okay, and we do this 4 times a year. So the next one will probably be sometime in November. What are we, August? So September, October, November. Yeah, probably sometime in November will be the next one. Okay, I'm going to try to nip this in the bud, guys. I see you guys talking about the situation regarding school loans. Okay, I understand it can be a contentious issue. I just don't want to get political about it. Okay, no political about it. It is what it is. And as Zach said earlier, what stocks will be affected. That's how you can use the information. But let's not talk about how everybody's doomed and all of that, please. So again, practice trading. So when you load Brokerage Plus, it'll say not connected. All you have to do then is click on Sim underneath. There are 2 options underneath that Brokerage Plus. One says Sim. Now you're in the simulator. The only other step is it'll say Account. You click on Account, and then you click on Simulated Trading Default. Now you are in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. So for instance, if I look at, all you have to do is click on a symbol. The symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, etc. Now, what we've also done though, is to make it really simple at the beginning for people, is we have assigned, I hate to call it a strategy, but we have assigned, I'll call it a strategy, to the buy button. So what happens if you click the buy button and then you click the buy button and you'll see a crosshairs will appear. Now you can drop the crosshairs right on the current price, or let's just say you wanted to take a trade on a pullback. You could position the crosshairs there. Or if you wanted to take a trade, let's look at drug, okay? Let's look at drug as maybe an example. Say I wanted to take drug if it broke above this area again. So I will click on the buy button. Now I'm going to drop right at 261. I'm going to click, and then you're going to see a blue line will appear on the chart. So what will happen now is if drug goes up to 261, it'll take the trade. It automatically put a stop in. The stop is, you would never use this, in my opinion. It's just putting a stop in at the low of the day. All we were trying to do, though, is to make it so uncomplicated, just to show you, how you just have to click on a buy button. You can take a trade. You can always move your stop. This line here, the red line, you can move it to another area if you want. Okay. And so that's how you can practice trading. You can practice trading on, say, breaking it up at a certain level on a pullback. Or, of course, if you wanted to take the trade right now, let's take a look at STNE. Let's take the trade right now. Okay, so it just took the trade, STNE, it just took the trade. And yes, Dave, so yeah, so the question in our YouTube room, can you drag the stop up? Yeah, so I'll just drag, just as long I just go to the stop line, that red line, and I can just move it where I want it. Okay, so now the stop, so you can position it wherever you want. Now, so you're in this trade. So why did it take 493 shares? Okay, what we did was we assigned to this buy button buying 5,000 shares at the market, $5,000 worth of stock at the market, and with the stop at the low of the day. Okay, again, this is not, this is, so I hesitate to call it a strategy. We just tried to make this easy because before, what you would have had to do is you would have had to either create your own strategy, or maybe use one of these ones that we've got in here. As we put some of these in here. Then you would have to assign the buy button to one of these strategies. So we thought, you know what? Why don't we just, when people want to start off, we'll automatically assign a strategy to the buy button, meaning it's going to buy $5,000 at the market and put a stop at the low of the day. Okay, just to make it simple. Give me a moment, please. So now that you're in a trade, when you're in a trade, now you can get out of the trade by flattening it. So all you have to do is, let's say I were in a series of trades here. This is again in the simulator, okay? So all I would have to do is highlight the trade, highlight it, and then I could flatten it. That gets me out of a trade. I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position, okay? These are just some real quick hotkeys. Of course, I could go into the share box, and pick the exact number of shares I would want to trade out. But I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay, trading is, not easy. You've got to practice. And you listen to our CEO, Dan. I mean, he talks about practicing for 6 months. I know nobody wants to hear that. You want to fund your account and you want to start trading the day after you get trade ideas. I'm not, and I'm telling you, I mean, here's the deal. I mean, people look at this, and I talk about the races all the time. and they think, okay, well, wow, this one's winning a race, or this is moving up on the leaderboard. I guess I should take the trade right now. No, yeah, it's interesting, but it doesn't mean just because something is moving up on a leaderboard that you take the trade right away. It requires some practice, well, like looking at a chart. What is happening. What's the market doing? Even a lot of times, these sort of stocks don't care that much about what the market's doing. But you've got to practice, and so it's such a great way to practice is in our simulator. I am sharing my layout, yes, Mohammed. So you want exactly what you see here, you can have it. The only thing that'll happen is you'll probably get the pre-market actives up and down also will pop up. That's what, and I added that because that's what I use in the pre-market. Now, again, before you do it, make sure you save. If you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load my layout, okay? Because you can only have one layout at a time. I don't want to get into docking. It's a little more advanced. So most people probably haven't docked. So please make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load my layout. You cannot change the color of the races. Now, I know that they are working on getting it better looking in terms of, I think these symbols will be white or something. Okay. Maybe in a later in the next beta that comes out. Yeah, if you've docked, yes, you can load layouts, but I don't want to confuse the issue face here. Okay. But if you know about docking, of course, yes. Now, if you have our premium service, you do have access, of course, to our AI. What I would do is this, I would click on, just one moment, please. Just give me a moment, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I was talking about the AI. So this is what I would do. I would click on new, and then I would look, and then all I would do is click on premium AI strategy trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. Okay. So obviously the AI had so far a great trade in the drug entry at 210, current price is 237, up 12.9% in it. Okay. Now, nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:35. I get the question quite a bit. Does the AI work in the pre-market or after hours? No. The earliest alert you'll ever get would be 9:35. Okay. And what happens is, you get the real-time alert. There is I call it suggested entry, and there's your stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay. I do not auto trade. I will never auto trade ever, ever, ever. Okay. So That's why I will always, always want to click on an alert. I don't care if it's coming from the AI or the race or some scan I've built. I want to click on the alert. I want to see what's happening, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. Okay. So, and I'll never auto trade. Now, this is, somebody asked me earlier, do I use the AI? If I had seen this one, but of course I was already, I knew about drug already. I have a certain price range that I like to trade. Actually, this Peloton isn't bad. Let's see if we can hold this. I like the ones under $20. That's just me, of course. But so if I hadn't seen drug earlier, so there's a new alert that just showed up. Again, how you trade it will be up to you. There is no I mean, if you want to learn a little bit more about, how the AI works in terms of, well, how do these strategies appear or these alerts appear, you can go to the guide, but there's no guide. There's nothing that's going to say, okay, you got this alert at, 39.96. Here's how you trade it. Okay. It doesn't work like that. Well, you can call it a suggestion. The question is the AI window a suggestion to get in at that price or lower? Well, I mean, if the price dipped a bit, I guess it's up to you. I can't say there's an entry price, and that's what I'm saying. You can click on it. I mean, right now, drug is obviously way above that, but right here, APAA 39.96. So, I mean, you could have taken the trade there if you want, if it meets your trading style and your plan, or you could have waited for it to pull back somewhat. I mean, it's up to you. There's no right or wrong. No. The question is, can you change the parameters on the AI? No. So, for instance, I'm saying I only like stocks under $20. Well, you don't get so many alerts. It's not like you get 100 alerts a day that I have to sort of wade through and find the ones that are under 20. I mean, it's very obvious to me. Okay, so also if I wanted to, I could always do a sort on the entry price if I wanted to. I don't, but if I wanted to, I could do that. And just disregard the ones I don't want to trade or even look at. So for instance, here, look at Nerve right now, guys. So Nerve won, 4 races. But look what it's doing right now. So, it got as high as what, 670 or so, and it's pulled back here. You might look at that and go, let's get a big 15-minute chart up. So you might, if it meets your trading plan and style and all that, you might look at this and go, wow, if this could take out, the highs of these two candles right there, 635, this might get running again. If you thought that looked like an area that you want to get involved in. So the fact that Nerve, and you can see actually it's moved 2% since the start of this race, and you might look at that. So just what I'm really trying to say is, people get a little hung up. They say, man, I missed it. I missed it. Look at that move, and then it moved all the way up there, but it's pulled back. A lot of you might like to play pullbacks. And so pulls back to a certain level, and you might look at that, go, yeah, you know what? I like that level. I'd like to take the trade right here. I mean, it has to meet your trading style and your plan. And that's why you practice. Okay. That's why you've got to practice. If you're just starting out, you might be listening to me and saying, well, I don't know. I don't know what my trading style is. The only style I want is to make money. Well, of course, that's what we all want to do. But there are all sorts of different types of styles of trading. You might have a certain price range you like. I know I do. A minimum volume that you'll only trade. Maybe you're more of a pullback trader. Steve Gomez, I don't know if he's still listening to me in the room, but you'll notice I've got a blue line on this 15-minute chart. That is the 10 SMA. He's a real proponent of waiting for a stock to pull back to that and seeing what happens. Okay. And seeing if that 10 SMA holds and it bounces off it, turning into a long. I mean, when I started, I didn't know that I wanted to be a momentum trader, but after, a few years of sort of wandering around in the desert trying to figure out what my trading style was, I finally, for me anyway, I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. Doesn't mean just because a stock's at the high of the day, I take the trade. But that's when I started developing this whole thing. Okay, let's look left. Where could it keep going before it stalls? But that doesn't have to be your style. Because a lot of people hate that. A lot of people think, why would I buy a stock that's up so much and near the high of the day? Why would I do that? I agree. Why would you if you don't like it? You know? Wow, I missed this one, guys. I know I talked about this one in the pre-market. This has been, relatively steady, ENVX. I mentioned this one in the pre-market and I said, look, if it can take out that 2176, shoot. I mean, that's a dollar move. Why did I mention in the pre-market? Because I think I had no, it wasn't thumbnailed, but it was on a watch list of some sort. Okay. So I knew about it. And you can just see, I mean, look at yesterday's high was 2170. The day before that, 2177. 2 days before that was 2173. So my feeling on this, if it could take out that high, then look left. How much room did it have? 20, almost 25 before it hit the next high. So I know I mentioned this in the pre-market to keep an eye on this. And so, opportunity to take it just over that 23. Yeah, Stephanie, you're right. I mean, staring at thousands and thousands and thousands of, no, when I say thousands of charts, it sounds like, oh my gosh, how can I ever see thousands of charts? You'd be surprised how many charts you actually look at on a daily basis, but you start to thousands of charts, you start to see things over and over and over again. You develop, like, that's what I'm saying. I have a feel for what I think could happen. Does it always happen? Of course not. Yeah, I mean, look at CCJ. You're right. I mean, of course, this is a uranium play, and look left, and the next high looking left is, yeah, just a little bit above that, 27. But after that, you've got 2850. So I mean, sure, there's room. Obviously, uranium is it's on fire today. Look at the uranium ETF. URA. I think interesting that CCJ is above, yeah, the 200-day. Yeah, Isla, this was the one yesterday that kind of chopped around, didn't it? Look at it today, Isla. We've seen this one in the past. AYLA. I'm sorry, guys. Internal discussion. So how is Nordstrom's doing now? JWN? Yeah, still at the lows. Wow, still at the lows. It's not had any sort of a bounce. How is the retail XRT? Yeah, I mean, Nordstrom is really not affecting it at all. Surprised. All right, guys. So drug, again, teased us several times at that 50 cent level. Did not really break free. I've got that alert set up here. Now, one thing about the buy button and all, if you see, this is what I was experiencing yesterday. I'd go back to the chart, and this had disappeared. And I say, well, what the heck is happening? And the reason being, and I've asked them to up this to, well, I would keep it in all day. So I don't know. See this order details? The time in force was only 3 minutes. In other words, you would only keep this order open for 3 minutes, and that's why it was disappearing. I had no idea they had done that. I've recommended they keep it in for a day or at least 60 minutes. Otherwise, like 3 minutes is just, I don't know who decided 3 minutes and 20 seconds was good. If all that is if all that is making sense. My monitor, I have three 32-inch 4K monitors. I could easily get rid of one of them now because I've, pared down the number of scans I've got. I could easily just have, I could almost have just one monitor. The only reason I do need a monitor for my brokerage platform. So, but if I were trading on my own, I could probably just have one monitor because I only need this scan, maybe this scan, and that's it. Yeah, SPY is on the move here, guys. Well, we have 3 down days, Friday, Monday, and yesterday. Now the SPY is yeah, on the move here. Yeah, I really just use this scan for trading now. If they share, I mean, I do have this one. I guess in theory I've got two, but I mean my go-to right now is still this one, and that's it. Wow, what a move for this Isla. Holy smokes. So what I'm seeing today, a little bit more, is some continuation. Yesterday, and I'm not saying there were none yesterday, and I'm not saying every one of them we're getting continuation today. But for instance, yesterday, Isla, AYLA, what might have happened is we'd had that pop and then nothing after that. But look at this. We're getting some continuation now in some of these. So stock raising is a standard service, okay, JSEC? It's a standard service. The question was, is stock racing a premium service? No, it's a standard service. It should be automatic. The symbol linking should be, it should be automatic. So when you click on drug, it should show up. I don't think there's symbol linking. I think it should be automatic, Mohammed. Now you have to make sure you're in simulation mode. Okay, if that doesn't say simulator, you have to make sure that says simulator in Brokerage Plus. And then when you click on any symbol from wherever, the symbol will load. And then, you make up your mind, how you want to trade it. If you want to trade it using the buy button for quick, or you could go in here, if you want to do it manually, you pick how many shares, the price you want to get in at. Does it say simulator, Mohammed? Does it say simulator? So when you click on an alert, this is not showing up. The symbol does not show up in that box. You see the box I'm talking about right above the buy button? So every time I click on a symbol, that symbol will show up in the box just above the buy button. Which of course is old Facebook. Well, you've stumped me on that one. Because there's usually, I don't think there's even an option. Let me make sure. There is an option, okay. Okay, if you click on Windows, but this should be the default, but anyway, if you click, okay, if you see brokerage one of, well, you might say one, yours might say one of three, and then it says new, and then it says Windows. Can you find that? When you click on Windows and then symbol linking, and that link to all should be checked. I'm very surprised it's not the default, but so can you see what I did? So click on that Windows, not up here, not in our toolbar, not in here in the Brokerage Plus section. Click on Windows. Work now. Okay, interesting. I mean, that should be the default. So when you say, can you order a bracket? So you're talking about like a target and a stop, Bob W. Yeah, so you can do something like that. If I take this trade right here, AMR, wow, we're getting some good continuation, guys. I haven't been able to pay attention, which is okay. I don't mind answering the questions. I've done okay on the drug guys, okay, pre-market and then afterwards. So, but let's take BFLY as an example, okay? So if I want to take 300 shares, buy it at the market, there's only a 1 cent spread, buy it, send it. So now I'm in it. Now at this point, I can say add a stop order. I'll just make one up, okay? 570, and it'll appear on the chart. And if I want, I can add a target order. Add a target order, 650. It'll appear on the chart. You'll see it on the daily chart. If that's what you mean, yes, you can do that. So there's your target and there's your stop. This bracket order, Yeah, I freely admit I have no experience with it. So there you go. Okay, so you can do it there. It's yeah, perfect right there. So just the stop price, your target price, and yeah, I guess it is easier there. So the question in our YouTube room is, can I have stock racing scanner running together with other scanners from TI at the same time in different windows and monitors? And the answer is yes. You can have, I mean, I'm going to say it like this, but I caution, and not just to you, Jacek, but I mean to anybody. You can have as many alert windows and top list windows and races and all that that you want on many different monitors. Okay, but I try to get people to really concentrate on the races. Maybe have two and that's it, and really give it a shot. To focus on one. But yes, you can. So I've got three monitors as an example, and so on one of my other monitors, I've got this stock race. I have the halts resumes. Which I don't call a scan. This is just sort of an alert. A halts resume showing me stocks that are halted or resuming. Okay. Well, understand, I was just demonstrating, Mohammed. I was just demonstrating. Somebody asked, can I, how to put in a target and a stop. All I was doing is demonstrating to somebody. They asked me how to do that. So it's not that I wanted to take this trade. I just for demonstration purposes. And I think it was showing up here. It might have been showing. It was just easy for me to, click on something. I just wanted to click on something so I could demonstrate how to do it. But again, I want to get out of this trade now. I just flatten it. I don't have to wait for the stop. I don't have to wait for anything. I just flatten it. Okay, so face shear. So I don't have, okay, my link is my homepage link, and then you have to go to the scan section, okay? Again, somebody's asking for my scans. So So you just have to go to my scan or go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and then go to the scan section. So here are the two races this is the race that you see, this top one. This is that race. And then on my other monitor is this race, the large cap gainers, okay? Now the other scans that I'm sharing, I do have some others. I said that the only other one I'm using is the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Don't get very many alerts. You don't have to have this one, but I do have it. And then the single stock window, it's not a scan, but it's this right there. And all these are what you're seeing here. These are just filters. The filters that we have, and you can of course customize your own single stock window to see things that you like. For instance, maybe you want to see the market cap, or maybe you want to see the shares outstanding, things like that. Things I don't care about, but you might care about them. So this is what I like to see in my single stock window. Then I've got my pre-market actives up and down that I'm sharing, a couple of top lists that you can take a look at before the market opens. There's the halts resumes. Now the Momo, I do have, I'm sharing the Momo. It is from the channel. I'll show you where I'm getting that from. I also have Zach's bouncers and toppers. There are people who I will call more advanced traders who like to take a look at things like this. So like a bounce play. So if I click on CPRX, and so the alert came in at 1314. Again, this, I call this very advanced, so people are looking for something that might bounce. It's been hit hard and maybe due for a bounce. In this case, yeah, it would have worked beautifully. 1314, and now it's at 1366. The reverse is topping. So something that is, maybe gone parabolic, and you're trying to, find a top in order to short it. Again, not easy. If you're new to trading, just forget about those, okay? Forget about them. And then I also included this one, a basic new highs and lows. These are just stocks making new highs and lows over the course of the day. You don't have to have any. The only one I'm telling you, I mean, if you just concentrate on these two races, I think that's the way to go. Now on my home page, now I would not take out a subscription today because I know we're going to have a promo code. I'm expecting to get the code sometime maybe today, certainly by tomorrow, and it will be for 25% off, okay? So don't take out a subscription today if you wanted to. Wait at least a day and you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription though, if you took out a subscription very recently and you haven't done this, please do this. It's getting started. Now it's 10 videos, about 30 minutes, goes through the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay. Mandatory that you do that. I mean, it's a software program. You have to know a little bit about the software. I do a stock of the day video at noon. This is free. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week. I think 2 weeks in a row they did not trigger. Whoops. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. And I think this week, Stickle has put on a nice big surge. Yeah, I think the alert, the email say we're on 1075. Is that correct? So when you get the email, it'll say something like, okay, this stock is the trade of the week. Gives you a little brief dissertation about why it has been picked as the trade of the week. And then it'll say, you can consider taking the trade at us, and it gives you the specific price to take the trade, and then there's a stop. In this particular case, it never hit that price. Okay, it was always below. That's Monday. So what did it get up to? Yeah, I think I want to say 1070 or 1075 was the trigger, and you can see on Monday the highest it got was 1050. So it did not trigger. So before people say, well, that's a terrible trade of the week, well, it's not. I mean, it just didn't trigger. Yesterday, last week's didn't trigger either. It was UEC. Guess what? If UEC had been this week's trade of the week, I guarantee it would have triggered because it's a uranium play. Okay. So sometimes, that's just the way it goes. But last week it did not trigger. Uranium was not strong for whatever reason last week. But this week, I mean, it would have definitely triggered. So that's the trade of the week. Now, if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, make sure you check your spam folder and or your promotional folder if you have Gmail. And again, I'm going to go to the education section, click on the user guide. Okay, give me a moment, Frasier. I'm sure I can help you. So you go to the user guide. You should have done this getting started, but if you haven't, it's right there again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock races are all about at the very least. You can, afterwards you can, find out about a price alerts and sound alerts and all that. Don't get overwhelmed by how much there is in our manual. Get the basics down first, especially the stock races. A couple of nice videos, a lot of information about the stock races and what they are all about. And there's that getting started series again. So daily support. Today is Wednesday. So now if you've got a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, Jamie is going to be in our YouTube room at noon. I take a break between 12 and 1, and then one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. And today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. And Jamie is a big user of Brokerage Plus, and he has an E-Trade account. Okay, so if you have questions like that, save them up, and you can ask Jamie all sorts of questions about Brokerage Plus. Chris Farley, then I shut the main room down at 3:30. Chris then takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. So lots and lots of support. Daily webinars, we're back to our schedule next week, so you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. Okay, if you're new to trading, it's a great series. It's all free. Okay, very short videos. Starts off with what is a stock. So I highly recommend. We get people coming in here saying, I'm completely new to trading. What do I do? That's the first thing I do. Before trying to explain what Trade Ideas is all about, you got to have some basics. Okay, so this is a great video series that you can take a look at. And again, we've gone over my scans are here. So what I would do is I would save my link, and then you can look at the education section, my scans, and anything else whenever you want. All right, so the question was, I'm unable to change symbols on the charts. So to change a symbol on a chart, and it's in the guide, okay? It is in the guide under charts, but I'll show you. So if you, first of all, just left click on the chart, just so Trade Ideas knows what chart you're in, okay? So I left click. Now, typically all you have to do, now I'm talking about the downloadable application. I'm not talking about the web-based version. It may be about the same in the web, but I'd have to load it. But if I left click on a chart and then I start to type, the change symbol box should pop up. Okay, if that change symbol box is not popping up, for some reason, for certain systems, if I left click on the chart and hit the space bar on your keyboard, then the change symbol box pops up. Okay. And I don't know why that happens for some situations. So again, left click. So if when you start to type, the change box doesn't show up, or change symbol box doesn't show up, left click and hit the space bar. Space bar did it. Okay. Now I don't know why. I have no idea. Yeah, okay, so MNMD, yeah, so that's why this is spiking a little bit here. Okay, it's like in shows new promise as alcohol addiction treatment. So you've got a little pop here. This popped up a lot earlier, a few days ago, I guess last week. And that's because, I guess it's not, I don't want to call it a rumor, but some father and son team decided to pile into this one. And the son, I guess, made, if we can believe the story, made $100 million on Bed Bath and Beyond. Now he started off with 25 million, okay, and he's only 20 years old, but I guess he begged, borrowed, and I want to say stole, but somehow got $25 million together and made 100 million. That's the story. And then they decided that they wanted to take a hard look at this MNMD. But look what happened afterwards. I mean, it went all the way back down to 76 cents. All right, guys. So let's see. So I think I am caught up on all the questions. If I've missed a question, just repost it, please, and I'll get to it. I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes or so. But look at this base for Peloton here, PTON. Look at this big base for Peloton. Does Chris live in a van down by the river? Not that I'm aware of. Sounds like RVAC guys. Is this a SPAC? Oh boy, keep an eye on this one. Is this a SPAC? Yeah, this is a SPAC. So are they saying so they're closing the merger with Riverview? West Rock Coffee schedules closing of merger with Riverview. So that is the news for RVAC. Wish I'd seen that a little earlier. What it doesn't say is, okay, so this is a private company right now, West Rock. So their second quarter sales, 223 million. This is a private company that is being merged with this RVAC, and of course a new symbol will show up. What it doesn't say is when that's going to happen. So all they do is they say they've schedules the closing of the merger. It doesn't say when that is supposed to happen exactly. All right, didn't have to confirm it. Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. He just confirmed that. Closes on the 26th. Thank you, Inch by Inch. Where'd you see that? I didn't, couldn't see that from the headline. So that's the 26th. So that is on Friday. Well, wait a minute. It closes on the 26th. So it may not be trading under the new symbol until Monday. The only reason I'm interested is just because of what happened to DNAA on last Friday. Saying this was going to happen with this one, but look what happened with this one. They made the same sort of announcement, closing of the merger, went from 13 after hours to 48. Not saying it's going to happen with that one. Okay, all I had to do, you're right. All I had to do was click down one, my Interactive Brokers headline. You're right. On or about the 26th. Yeah, so I look at the Peloton and I just think that there might be too much resistance. Well, I mean, the next high looking left is 1365, and then after that it is 1432. So obviously 1432 is far enough away. It's about over $1 away. That next high, though, is fairly close because I'm just watching the way it's trading. I mean, it's just kind of doing nothing right now. Let's see if our download page has been fixed. No, still not fixed. Interesting. G-Sun, wow. So G-Sun, this was a crazy one a few days ago, got all the way up to almost $100 before it just collapsed down to 16. Trying to come back again. I can't remember what this one was all about. Looks like an IPO back here, maybe. Might have been this is a China stock, so I don't think this was a SPAC. The, the gold now, guess what is opening on, it's supposed to IPO on Friday, is JZ, another education stock. This should be this should be absolutely crazy. You cannot link trade ideas with IB Light. No, that is correct. It's not that we don't want to, but they're technically, I'm not sure what has to happen, but we're not able to. They don't give us the API. I don't know. I don't get too involved in the technical aspect of that, but yeah, I was told a long time ago that we would not be able to do that. Yeah, this one is just, wish I'd been watching this one like I was talking about it in the pre-market, ENVX. Look at this SPY. Wow. We got an hour straight up now. Well, 45 minutes. And this is the next candle before noon on a 15-minute chart, straight up. Look at GCT, guys. Not over. So the high, 34.90. That's the high yesterday. Again, crazy. I mean, it's got very few in the float. There's another China stock. This one did it, crazy, crazy action. The IPO. The day of the IPO, not great. This is kind of what I was hoping the other one would do yesterday. The start, the STBX, give us a little opportunity to take some. And then look what happened the day after, all the way up to 60, and even the day after 61 before it, fell. Okay, you have three layouts, how to combine them in a single layout. Well, how many scans do you have? I mean, I'd really caution to have so many, like how many scans do you have in those layouts? I would caution you to not have so many. Somebody is in our main room is saying, I have three layouts, how to combine them in a single layout so that I don't have to. I think that's too many. You're going to have 15 scans, day trader. Okay, that's my advice, not to do it. I mean, I can't prevent you from doing it, but you're going to have 15 scans. That is, to me, way too many. Okay. Now, if you're bound and determined to do it, there's no easy way, but what you can do again, but I'm going to caution you, that's way too many. But you'd say, excuse me, you would save each individual scan to the cloud. Just give me a moment. Okay, so for instance, here's a scan, right? So I right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now, this is a doc, so I mean, assuming everything is free floating, here's my top list with my like symbols. So assuming everything is free floating, so you load one layout, they're all free floating, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, so you'd have to go through every 15 of them, save them to the cloud. Okay, and then you'd file load from cloud, you'd see them, you've saved them, click load, file load, do the same process for the next one, file load from cloud in the toolbar, click load. And then, then you'd have them all, and then you give it a new name, my big layout or something like that. But I caution you, I wouldn't do it. Too many, way too many. I know it's hard. You're probably looking at that going, well, I've got 15, but I don't know which, I mean, they're all good. You've really got to pare that down. You'll get nothing done, in my opinion. When I say that, you'll be, every time you get an alert, you'll click on it, get another alert from another window. 15, wow, that's a lot. Not trying to dump on you, but it's just too many, in my opinion. I mean, I've got one really, and I've got three scans. That's it, and you get very few in this one, in the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. And 50 cent. Okay, now I understand. Wrapper day. Trying to think, what the heck does that mean? That's okay. I like to be challenged by some of these posts, trying to figure out what do you guys mean by that? No videos, no. I mean, they're just ideas, Sabrina. Okay, I haven't used my unusual option scanner in a long time. I know, 6 months ago or a year ago, I used to use it all the time. But that's sort of like saying, are there any videos to show you how to use any sort of idea generator? I mean, that's what these are, trade ideas. So that's an idea. Is there a video on how to trade it? No. Just like the options, all the option scanner is looking for stocks having an abnormal option activity day. Now, how you're going to trade it when you get an alert, I mean, there's no video that says, okay, if this happens, then do this. No. Sorry, I can't. Wow, look at this market. I mean, it'd be almost the same as saying, okay, is there a video and how would I trade drugs? I get this alert, okay, in the AI. I get this alert. Wow, look at Peloton now, guys, making that little move. There's no video that's going to show you, okay, once you get an alert, here's how you trade it. All the option scanner was doing is, I mean, typically, if you're an intraday trader, you want to be looking at things that are trading abnormally. Lots of volume, high relative volume, lots of volume. The option scanner was just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, with abnormal option activity. So when you get an alert, then it's the same thing, same process I go through. I get an alert. What does it look like? Does it have room, on the daily chart to keep running? Uh, when I get the alert, is it like 10, 15-minute candles in a row before I get the alert? I'm not going to chase it. There's all sorts of things that come into play. Well, this Peloton, guys, I mean, if it takes out this 1365, I mean, you've got then the next high is 1432. Now they really are, releasing this news about Amazon selling product on Amazon, and then they have earnings tomorrow before the market opens. So be interesting day tomorrow. I mean, it obviously is an interesting day today, but can this euphoria, can it be maintained when they come up with earnings and they're going to probably show how much money they lost? It could turn into a great short tomorrow.
Hello, Barry.
Oh, Jamie, are you in there? I see you've sort of in there. You're not sharing your screen yet. I don't know if you can hear me. I had the site on mute, so if
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, yes, I can. Now you don't
Excellent.
have to take over right away if you don't want, but
Yeah, I was just I heard you talking about Peloton,
mhm.
and I've been sitting in that one pretty much all morning.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's going to be. I mean, if you heard me talking about it, it's going to be really interesting tomorrow when they release earnings to see.
right, and needless to say, I will not be holding it.
No, I'm talking. By the way, guys, in the main room, I'm talking to Jamie. He's in our YouTube room right now. I don't. He's not officially taken over yet, but that's who I'm talking to. In case you're wondering if I'm just talking to myself.
All right, so we got about 5 till the top of the hour, Barry. I'm more than happy to go ahead and grab it here.
Okay, if you don't mind, sure, that'd be great. I got
Sure.
a couple of things I'd like to do. Now, are you in a, do you want me to take over at 521 or you got
Yeah, well, I
something on
mean,
your mind?
whatever. I mean, 5 till the top of the hour. Ain't no biggie.
Okay, so you don't have anything you got to get to. Okay, I'll mute myself right now.
Very good,
And
and hopefully people are seeing my screen now. And we'll see you soon, Barry.
yeah, sorry, I'm just going to say I'll put the YouTube link in the other room so they can head over there now. Okay, Jamie.
Perfect. We'll see you later, Barry. Okay, ladies and gents, welcome to my desktop. Let me just check a couple of things here. Let me get my pen. Where'd you go, pen? There we go. All right, how's the crowd? All right, good crowd in here. Welcome regulars and welcome if you're participating in our test drive. Boy, it's been an interesting little morning. And just pulling up the SPY here, a little swoon down and then boom, boom, boom. As this area is attempting to act as a little bit of support right now. But some very interesting plays today. And just want to remind everybody that this is the live support session. So if you have a question about trade ideas, just get it into the questions panel. I'll do my best to answer that. Hello, Circle. Hello, Joe. Rahiv. Good morning to you as well. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on the time zone that you might be in. All right, let's check back in on Peloton. Charts are a little slow today. This keeps on pecking, but as Barry was talking about, seems to have a bit of resistance in this area here, but you never know. If we check out the volume right here, we're looking at a little over 9 on the relative volume, and volume down here on the 5-minute level is still almost 5 times normal. So we'll see what happens. Just getting a little sideways action because earnings are going to report pre-market tomorrow. Looking at this weekly on Peloton, boy, from COVID madness all the way down to 13. What did we top out there? Looks like 160. Boy, you see a lot of these charts, things that were way up in the trees, cutting by 10, 15 times or more. Interesting times. Hey, Trendy, I see your question there. Is there a dark mode? Well, not in general. You can't apply a dark mode to everything universally. But for example, if I right click on my charts and we go to properties, I can switch to a dark theme, which would just make my background black. And then if I took it off, it would erase the current colors that I have and make it white. That's the only dark option that we have right now. Of course, we just added the dark background to the races. I don't know if that's a toggle button or not, or if that was just default. But that is a feature that we've heard a lot requested, right? Dark mode. So probably what's in the works is a universal dark mode, which will apply it to all of your windows. But it gets a little complicated because each and every window, from the alert window to the top list window, has custom coloring options. Where do you place your stops when your stocks start to go up? That's a great question. I tell you what, let me just peruse a couple of my positions that I'm in. Okay, so for example, Peloton right now. Been in this one pretty much all morning. I've got a stop loss in, let's see, slightly under this level right here. Okay, that candle right there, the low is 1331. So I'd probably go 1325, 1329, just a little bit outside that candle there. Also keeping in mind this green moving average here on the 15-minute intraday. This is a really good when things are in play or in motion, especially when there's volume in the equation. This 10-period simple moving average on the 15-minute is a really good gauge at, if we get a candle close below that 10 period, well, then that would typically signal that the momentum is done for now. So that's always a good reference point too. If you're in something and it starts heading your way, and of course I have to give credit to Steve Gomez for turning me on to the 10 period on the 15, but it is a very good guiding hand, especially when you're managing risk as in a stop loss. And, getting back to your point there, let's see, lovers, in different setups may, you know, have different stop losses. The stop loss might change as the trade goes in your favor. Some people like to use trailing stops, whether that be a 5, 10, 15, 30, 60-minute candle. But let's see. This is one that I got into later in the session, ENVX. And of course, everything that I'm in today, oops, was generated from a list of race winners, right? So ENVX was on my radar from one of the races that I was watching in the first 30 minutes, and I'll expound on that technique here in a moment. But check out ENVX. It had a nice little run up, put in a high, then it goes range bound here. 1, 2 candles up, then the next 1, 2, 3. For the next hour, it consolidates, right? And then right here, this key level, this opening range break. Yeah, let me spin that guy around there. As we break this level right here, okay? Now I'm in some, I'm up slightly. It's not just going to the moon yet, but when I look to the left over here, we might get 2465 before the day's out if the momentum continues. But if I made an entry right here at 2371 on this opening range break, what would my initial stop loss be? Okay. And when I'm playing these types of setups, keep in mind these are 15-minute candles. So not including the entry candle, which is this guy right here, making an entry right about there. Then the way I assess my risk is I look at the previous 15-minute candle and I'll take slightly outside the low. So if I'm making an entry here, 2370-ish right here, low of that prior candle, not the entry candle, but the prior 15-minute candle, the low is 2296. So 2289 is probably where I'd assess my risk there and put that stop in. And that's just on these opening range breaks. Now, when it's closer to the open, I'm watching 5-minute candles. But as we get past the 30, 45 hourly mark, then I'll reference the 15-minute. But I've always got a 5-minute over here with the pre-market range, especially when you're thinking about taking trades on the open. Notice this mauve area right here is the pre-market range, right? And notice what ENVX did initially once it broke the pre-market range. That's when it had that first pop. Okay, Dave, I see your question there. I don't know if you saw what I was doing earlier, but notice my backgrounds are dark on the races. Now, when I go to race setup, or when I right click here, sorry, dark mode. But it seems, and keep in mind, I'm on a developmental version. So I can't remember what version they have on the beta download, if there is one, or the latest one for download. But notice this, I would think, I don't even have dark mode checked right now, but yet my background is dark. That just sets the border as dark. Notice instead of green here, I can right click and go dark mode and turn the border dark. Now, if you don't have that option, it's just because I'm on the dev version and it will be coming. So Dave, don't know if that was what you're looking for, but that's the only dark mode selection that we have in races currently, which is just going to affect the borders, not necessarily the background that you see there. Right on. Okay, Raj, what strategy do you use regarding green candles before you buy? Well, what I've been doing here lately, since the races are still fairly new, um, but boy, let me tell you, myself, including a lot of the traders around Trade Ideas, we pretty much went. I mean, these are some of the most watched windows on my desktop right now. Now I've got my other ones up here, but let me point out what I feel are the most crucial windows on my desktop right now. Okay. And I'll go into a little bit about the methodology that I've been using for intraday trading. All right. Not necessarily swing trading, although you might notice something that may be good for a longer term hold. Um, but I've got 3 races here. This one over here is looking at options volume, as you can see from the title. This one is looking at change in the 1 minute period. And this one is looking at positive change from the open. Now, where'd my liked list go? Okay. Now, what I do right on the open is every stock that wins a race in the first 30 minutes this morning, I would pull it up on my chart. So for example, SPRC, any stock that's winning a race in the first 30 minutes, I pull it up, I hit my little liked button, which is the heart on the chart, okay? So when I started, this list was blank. I clear them all out before the open, and then as the race winners present themselves, I'm simply clicking on them and liking them. That way this chart populates, or this top list populates with all of the race winners for the first 30 minutes. That creates my watch list, okay? Now, not only is this window attached to my liked symbols list, but this window also is attached. And by the way, it's only stocks hitting a new high. I go to the symbol list and you can see here, it's my liked, the ones that I've clicked the heart on. So what do I do after the first 30 minutes? Well, after the first 30 minutes, that gives me about, let's flip back to 5-minute candles here. It gives me at least 6 candles to take a peek at here to see if I see anything interesting develop, right? But then as these stocks start hitting highs, I pull them up, I take a peek, I see if that opening range break is occurring, right? And then I'll size it up, take the trade or pass on it, right? Um, so it gives me a limited list of symbols that are all definitely pretty much going to be in play. And then all I have to do is watch for a conducive pattern. And it's obviously it's slowed down a bit. But boy, let me tell you, there were some good movers. Let's see, UUU. This one never really gave a good consolidation. I mean, it did up here, but you were already so extended, 709. Got on, that would have only been good for about 9 or 10 cents. This one worked out pretty good. All right. So nerve. Of course, if we want to play strictly by the rules, we have to mark that wick, which is 587. Of course, it's always a personal preference. All right. I went a little bit early on this one. As soon as those candle bodies started getting into those candle bodies, I went a little early on this entry here, but it still went, right? And the volume on this guy today has just been off the charts. If you look down here, it's still at 337 on the relative scale. And look at the 5-minute volume, 4,000. Okay, divide that by 100. That gives you the multiple since 100 is normal. It's a percentage filter. So 5-minute volume is still 40 times normal. And once again, nice little break area right here. Or if you're a candle body person, you got a little bit early right there. And then risk, easily definable, right outside of that range there. Can you share how compare count is used? When I see mine, it seems like a huge number of new highs in the market. Yes, it can be a little confusing, Ron. Let me show you what I look at. Okay, this is my big cap movers compare count window. Now, every time a stock, if I give you a peek into the configure, you got the green data side, which in this window, simply looking at stocks that meet this relatively simple filter criteria. Market cap of 4 billion, got to be doing at least 3 times normal 1-minute volume, not really any max price or anything, and just a new high is the alert, and the red side is just the exact opposite. the exact same filter set, but stocks hitting lows. So the theory behind watching this window, after the first 15 minutes, I take a peek and I see if there's a negative or a bullish or a bearish bias, right? Now, right now, we've got a 71% bullish bias, but what did it look like on the open? Let me see if I can find that. I always tweet it out. Let me see here. So today after the first 15 minutes, this is what it looked like. Okay. So we did have a bullish count, and typically, unless it's above 55%, one way or the other, I usually don't pay a whole lot of credence to it. This one was just barely 1% over the 55 mark. And sometimes, but not all the time, you have to have a little bit of, technical stability on the longer term. But this can often give us a peek at longer term direction for the remainder of the session, right? So when we look at the SPY, okay, these are 5-minute candles, 1, 2, 3. So right about here is where I take my reading, 5, 10, 15. So right here, and look at the move for the remainder of the session. Okay, it is a move higher. Now, of course, what I just referred to, you have to have a little technical stability, right? And that's what we have here on the SPY. This area is acting as support right now. So you get a bullish reading, 15 minutes after, a little bit of a tick, tick, tick right here, but then a nice move up. So this is basically a way to create what we would call a custom tick, right? Tick is a metric that's been around for an extremely long time on the big board. It just looks at advancers versus decliners across the board. So could be a highly liquid stock, could be a stock that trades a couple hundred shares a day hitting a higher low. But what the compare count window does, it gives us the ability to create our own custom ticks based on what we feel might be important to keep count of. Okay. Just scrolling through the questions here. I like it. The questions keep coming in. Lovers, how many race winners do you have? Well, I kind of stopped liking the race winners after the first 30 minutes because I had plenty of stocks to keep an eye on. Um, but you can see here, as each race is won, it forms a list, right? So these are all the race winners of both of or all three of these races. Now I could do this, right click, show top 10, right click, show top 10, and now I'm seeing the top 10 race winners for each race, okay? If I revert back to show all winners, then I have the complete list. Now, as far as how many I had in my liked list today, I don't know. I just know that it was a lot. All right, Ethan, just reading your thing about Barry, a limit order. Oh, I thought you were talking about Barry. Hey, Ethan, this is Jamie, actually. You placed a limit order on SPY at 414.71, which was the trading price. Clicked sent, but the order, have no idea, Ethan. It would be now, are you trading in our simulation mode or are you referencing live? It sounds like you might be in simulation mode. Is that true? Otherwise, I don't know how it would be possible unless there was an error in the simulation mode. Okay, Faish, Could you please specify how we access the like stocks if we close it accidentally? No problem. So the easiest way is just to cruise over to the channel bar, and you'll see a My Stocks I Like channel. I'm just going to open this one in a container because that's the way mine's set up. Okay, so here's the My Liked symbols right here. So if you want to pop this out of the container, you can just right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. Then we can kill that channel. And now you have your My Liked. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I had, see, you can't see them all, but if I scroll down a little bit, that's the end of the list. So these were all the race winners from my 3 races that you see here in the first approximately 30 minutes today. And, using this technique, you're usually going to find some decent setups that have the real potential to move. Because if we notice the relative volume, if I sort by relative volume, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stocks on this list that aren't at a minimum of 2 on the relative volume. Okay, Ron, you were talking about a 52-week high. Not sure what you might have been referencing on that. Okay, question is, when adding to a position, what are your suggestions? I know it's best to wait for a pullback, but I'm struggling with re-entry. Good question. Let's see. Oh, wow. I pulled nerve up and it started hitting highs here. I got the speech to text blasting my ears out. Okay. So nerve is kind of a good example here. It got a little, actually, I'm looking at the wrong time frame here. Let's get back to 15. Okay. This is more like it. Okay. Nerve had a good run. Initial top out was right here at 670. Now, obviously, Nerve is in play today, was a race winner as well, and still is kicking huge volume today. All right. So topped out up here at 673, but as a lot of stocks do, takes a pullback, right? So let's say you held your positions or you didn't want to chase it and you're like, ooh, I'm going to wait for a pullback. Didn't quite touch the 10 period here, but look how it has a little sideways action. We get a little doji candle just kissing that 10 period. That 10 period, as I was talking about earlier, is a really good way to you can manage risk with it, or you can use it to make entries. Okay. So if we would have closed a candle below this 10 period, would have been a good exit signal if you were holding. But the way it acted right here, right, would have been a great sign for a pullback reentry. Simple as that, Pete. So Ethan, who I don't know who your broker dealer is, but to get filled a point above on a SPY transaction seems a little crazy. It's because it's just so liquid, right? And Pete, to your topic there, how long do you let it climb before you add? It's not about how high it climbs; it's about how it acts according to the time frame of the chart and the moving averages that you prefer to watch, right? So there's not really a magic formula as to, oh, the stock is up this much. Um, you know, for example, on this ENVX entry that I made right here, it's just slowly cruising. Now, if I really wanted to be aggressive, a lot of the times you'll see these guys flatten out again, right? So this is another level that if it punches through with some conviction, that would be a good add spot, assuming that there's room over here on the daily. Then we might stop here. And if this thing really has some gumption today, well, then, we might be getting up to the top of that area there. But for me right now, I'm just going to sit with what I got, not really feeling compelled to add too much. I'm more of a trader that would rather have 5, 10 positions open on the initial, uh, pristine entry on a pattern like an opening range break, instead of worrying about pressing it too much on one position. Nerve will hit something by end of day, possibly 780. Yeah, if it wants to go test the top of that wick, we're looking around $7. High of that weekly candle, 715. So I see what you're like. I can see that level here on the weekly. If we get into that area, if we get a close above 675 today, well, then that definitely may be in the cards. I don't know if it's going to happen today or not, but you never can tell. I'm still kicking myself. I passed on Weber because note, okay, if we go to 15 or 5s, get a little bit better of a picture here. Notice how it was just grinding up, really. It never flattened out. I mean, there was a brief opportunity, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes in, 30 minutes in. I missed it right there at 865. Oh well. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. All right, and ENVX continuing nicely. I think this is one that I was in yesterday. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm in it right now, actually. And you can see, it's just that when I switched to 5-minute candles, it threw me up. I'm like, that doesn't look like the chart. Same thing right here and right here as we were looking at on the 15-minute earlier. But working nicely. We'll have to see how it acts up there at 24.86. So hopefully another 40-cent push in ENVX. Okay, can you show again how you create a separate window for your like stocks? It is a window that you can pull out from the Stocks I Like channel. Let me get my toolbar back up here. Okay, so here I have my liked stocks window, but let's say I accidentally kill it. I'm like, oh no, I lost it. All you have to do is click on the Stocks I Like window, or excuse me, channel over here. It's going to open up a separate container. Your My Like top list is this one in the bottom left-hand corner. So if you want to pop it out, make it part of your layout, you just right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. Then you can kill the channel container. Have it. Now keep in mind, notice the pink box up here. The linking is to a docked window that you must assign that color to. So if you want it to work for all your charts, you just want to convert it over to link to all. That way when I click on it, it's going to change my chart as well. So that's how you retrieve the My Liked Symbols list. Anything with a heart's going to show up here. If I remove the heart on the next refresh, this window will drop the symbol. So I'm creating a fresh watch list each and every day based on race winners. Getting wicked out thing. Yeah, it's like, well, you know, everybody talks about the algos, the wicks and whatnot. And that's why when I'm using a candle that has a wick with a stop loss, I'm always going to put it a little bit outside of that wick, if that's what you're referencing. But yeah, the stop losses, unless I'm not going to be in front of the screen, I watch everything manually. Only time I usually put a stop loss in, I've got some in now because I'm distracted, or if I'm not going to be in front of the screen. Otherwise, I just manage my the ones that are not winning manually. Yeah, and drug, let me see. I should still be, I think I tightened up my stop in it. Actually, I took drug off of the AI call this morning and was up nicely in it. Didn't really take it. I took about half off, set the break even stop, and it got me out. Okay, Ron, just looking at your question there so you don't create a new top list window. If you're referring to my race winner list, right, that's just the my liked symbols window. Okay, Trendy, I'm just catching up. Which topic would you like me to go over again? Just let me know. Yep, I was right there with you, Teddy. I got stopped out as well. To your question, Kirk, so the heart meets all criteria. What that sounds like to me is that you're watching an alert window, only using filters and the heartbeat. So if I duplicate this existing alert window here, and let's say I pointed it to all symbols, put in some basic criteria for filtering, say stocks between 10 and 50, that had to do at least, say, a couple 100,000 shares today. And let's say I only want to know when this filter set was met, right? And filters are always all or none. So all the filters have to be met. Let's say I didn't want to use an alert. It's going to ask me, hey, you're not going to use an alert. Do you want to go back to the config window? I say no. Now, if I add a column here, quality and description, then every time a stock meets the filter criteria, all the heartbeat does is say, hey, all the filters are satisfied. It's just not the most efficient way to view a filter set. That's what a top list is for. A top list only uses filters and shows it to you in a list instead of this crazy scrolling action. So Kirk, hopefully that was related to your question about the heart. Yes, Trendy. Market makers can see your stops, but the funny thing is they can see them even if they can't really see them. They know the levels, you know. You hear a lot of talk about server side stops. Well, see, we don't send your stop until it hits your price. That way they can't see it, but it doesn't matter if it goes there anyway. It's still going to trigger, right? I always get a chuckle out of the whole debate between whether they can physically see or not see your stops. The question is, can I apply a compare count window to any top list? Well, keep in mind, a top list like this guy right here only uses filters. right? In the compare count window, you could not include an alert, and you could just import the filter set in. But then how would you differentiate? If it's the same filter set on the red and the green side, it's just going to be telling you, hey, all the filters are met. That's why we use like stocks hitting lows or highs for that inverse relationship there. So as far as compare count windows and top list being compatible in that capacity doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Okay, Ron, so once again, if we go back to the my like symbols, just trying to find my window again. There we go. Okay. All right. So let's say I pull up AMC. Now look at all my charts. The heart is already here. It's already colored. That means it's already on the list. Now if I pull up a symbol, I know SPY is not on my list. So when I pull up the SPY, look, the heart is not filled in. Now if I click the heart, then on the next refresh, it's going to add SPY to my list, but I don't necessarily want it on there. So I'm going to unclick it. But that's how you add symbols to your My Like list, is you just click on the heart on any chart. Doesn't matter what the time frame is. Okay, Ron. Yeah. All right. Yes. Only charts allow liking of symbols. Correct. All right. Just checking in on a few things here. Peloton still just grinding sideways there. And probably will continue to do so into the close. This little guy right here had an interesting little pop today. It's one of the psychedelic drug stocks that a lot of us keep an eye on around here. Notice the black line up here. And we were talking about this as this was actually happening before the support session started. This thing got lit up because of a good news announcement. It's had a string of good news as of late. But when we were up here, and I also have to give a shout out to Steve Gomez, because keep in mind, 10 period is the green line. The black line is the 130 period, also on the 15-minute. And look where we ran into resistance. Got through it pretty good, but it's amazing a lot of the times when we're talking about momentum, where things will stop going up and stop going down, uh, all related to that 130 period. So that's also another good moving average to have on your 15-minute chart, along with a great complement to the 10. Look, 10's acting as support, 130 resistance. Okay, I think I got to the end of the questions. That was a good little run. Now, I might have missed somebody's, but since we're caught up now, if I did miss your question, just please resubmit it. ENVX. Yep, it's just slowly grinding. Currently up about 4% since that entry. And looks like it's getting pretty close. You know, just not too long ago, this thing was at 2440. I'm like, okay, 2480-ish is going to be interesting, and here we are. So we're either going to pull back a little bit once we hit that level, or if we get a good push through there, well then, 26 might be on the table. We'll just have to see. Plenty of time left in the session. Hitting highs as we speak. How to enter a liked symbol without charts? Not possible. You can do this. There is one option. In an alert window, if I right click, and I think this is an option, there's a send to feature. Just haven't used it in quite some time. Actions. Okay, never mind. Right here. Okay. Send to symbol list, and then you'd have to select this. Okay, so there is one other way other than liking it with the heart on the chart. If it's on a top list, let's see if that's also, yep. Whether it's a top list or an alert window, right click on the symbol, send to symbol list, my liked list. That's just, that's a more cumbersome technique to me. You know, that's a 3-part little operation right there. It's just a lot easier just to click the heart. But that is another way that you can do it. Faish. Sure, Raj. Okay, so the options volume window. Okay, so the 3 race windows, right? No problem. And the compare count window. Sure. So first off, all right, here's the link for the options volume race. Here is the link for the 1-minute change race. And here is the link for the change from open race. And lastly, compare count window. Here is the link for the compare count window. The big cap one that I look at 15 minutes into the open. Trendy hotkeys for what? For Brokerage Plus? Okay, as far as where's the heartbeat in the user's guide, easiest way to go there is click help on your TI toolbar, click on the user guide. It's going to pull it up in a browser, right? So as soon as you click on full table of contents, you got the little search box up here, right? So heartbeat. So, real handy user guide there. You can do it that way through the user guide. Also, the old school way, say I go into an alert window and I find the heartbeat, click on it, and then I click help. And this is the old school way. There you go. It's going to take you right to the definition. And the same holds true with any alert or filter. If you're in, the alert and filter list, anytime you want the exact definition of something, you just click on it, hit the help button, boom, you're right there with the exact definition. But the user guide is really great too. All right, the question is earlier you mentioned open range breakout. What time frame after the open do you usually refer to? Okay, so on the open, I'm typically watching 5-minute candles, right? Okay, so an opening range break, you can have a run up before it. Okay, so technically this fit the bill. You just had a little run up and then some flagging action right here, right? High and low. So, the reason I watch 5-minute candles in the opening hours because you have to have enough candles to create a pattern that looks like the pattern that you're looking for. All right. After about the first hour, I'll flip to 15-minute candles. So let's see here. I'm gonna have to go back and look because I've got a lot of closed positions here on what I was in. Let's just scroll through my like symbols because I know there's going to be some examples on there. Of course, I was in Nerve earlier. Didn't exactly play it the best, but this is a great example. And of course, this is applicable 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even on the 15 minutes as well. You got a nice little gap up, but the first, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About the first 50 minutes, we just had this nice little consolidation between the high and between the low, right? And of course, right here, and once again, whether you do candle bodies or wicks is a personal preference. I went a little bit early on this one. But in this candle was the official break. But wicks sometimes can telegraph activity. In any case, nice little break here, and then a move higher. Now it looked pretty much the same, just less candles on the 15-minute time frame. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so whether it's here or here, I just like having 5-minute candles to get more candles to look at. You know, 6 in the first 30 minutes usually does the trick for the 30-minute opening range breaks. But somewhere out here right now, well, Peloton's the perfect example. Every day there's a stock that consolidates like this and then explodes at the end of the day. Sometimes they break in an hour. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 hours. You just never know when a range is going to be, you know, uh, blown through like that. Of course, bumping its head against this area over here on the daily is really what's keeping this thing in check. So Hans, I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Raj, I always try to create the simplest methods, right? Because those are the easiest, simple. If it's simple and effective, well, then that's something that, could produce some alpha in the end. And, knowing how to trade a specific simple pattern is not rocket science. It's just finding the stocks that have the propensity to do what we think they're going to do. And of course, just because a stock has won multiple races doesn't necessarily mean if that pattern presents itself that it's going to work, you're still going to have your losers, right? But what I've noticed is that if I can find my pattern on these race stocks, and typically they're doing massive relative volume, then the success rate is good, right? Can't really put my finger on it because I haven't been doing this long enough, um, but it's significantly better than 50%. But then again, you have how do you manage the trade? When you take half off. Usually, let's say before the races came around, if you're a momentum intraday trader, you're hitting your small gains. You might get a big gain, and every once in a while, you might be in something that, man, you got lucky and you got 10% out of something. And that used to be the exception. But since we've all started watching these race stocks, it seems like each and every day you have multiple stocks making 10, 20, 30% gains, and some even getting crazier. So it just seems like the race winners are where the party is, right? You don't want to go to a party where there's like two people, right? If volume is the party. That's a great question, Hannah. And the question is, what do the 1 minute races show you that the 3 minute or 5 minute races will not? What are the advantages or disadvantages of longer and shorter races? So all of my races here, if we took a peek, they're 1 minute races. Okay. Now I'm watching change in 1 minute, so it seems logical that I would want the reports every 1 minute if I'm sorting this race by 1 minute change. But I also am watching these guys on 1 minute races because I like to get the information as quickly as possible, right? Especially in today's market, especially if it's a race stock, that stock can move a lot in 1 minute. So if, let's say, I was watching for an opening range break, but, or scratch that, okay? Let's say I'm waiting 3 minutes to get my race winner. Well, I'm going to have 3 times less stocks in my watch list, theoretically, right? It's really just a personal preference. How quickly do you want, what time frame is your favorite, and which one do you think is going to be the most conducive for your style of trading? So I just want to get the results as quickly as possible. I would say the disadvantage to watching a longer race is a lot can happen in 3 minutes versus 1 minute, or 5 minutes versus 1 minute. Yeah, it's the winner, but you might have been able to buy it, if the pattern was conducive, you might have been able to purchase that thing 5, 10, 15 cents cheaper, relatively speaking. All right. Raj is saying he thinks he might have lost audio. Can everybody still hear me okay? Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you still hear me? Anybody? Bueller? Test 1, 2. Okay, thank you. All right. So I guess who was saying that? Yeah, Raj, you might want to check your local connections or something. Tyler, to your question, have you played around with sort other than Delta? Not really. Not really. I tried to create some races to the downside for shorting, but I kind of kicked that to the curb because the longs have just been so much more productive, and you don't have to worry about not being able to get the trade due to it not being borrowable. But hey, experiment. I encourage experimentation. It's just that right now I'm sticking to Delta because it's producing the things that I like. Well, thank you, Chris. All right. Thank you, everybody, for confirming the audio. And I have to check on the ENVX one more time here. Why is that there? I don't know. And of course, look right where we bumped our head and we're pulling right back down. Eyes drawn to this 10 period here. Thinking we might go down here and kiss the 10 and probably just move sideways for a period of time. All right, wow, time flies. About 8 minutes till the top of the hour. Yes, Patrick, you can use these buy and sell buttons up here. Let's see. If I connect to sim mode and I pull Brokerage Plus over here, notice I'm connected to our simulated trading strategies. You have to assign a default long and short little, well, we call it a strategy, but it's really just an order script, right? So if I go into edit, you can just see, okay, this is my chart long strategy. I want to go long. Anytime the market is open, I'm going to run market orders. So you set that up, and then once you do it and you right click, notice that it says default chart long strategy. And then this one is for shorting, default chart short strategy. These buttons become active and you can click and set your points for order entry right off the charts if that's what you want to do. Well, Ryan, if you're watching 1 minute races, it might give you too many. And then if it's giving you too many, you could always, alter that time factor. The question is, if I was going to trade in the afternoon, would you start the races in the afternoon or try to start them earlier? That's a good question. If you started them early, it would show you things that have been moving, but then you're looking back in retrospect, right? I'm not sure that that would be a whole lot of good. But the cool part is you can duplicate the race, start one in the morning, start one in the afternoon, and then observe and see which ones feel like they're more conducive. What start time feels more conducive based on, you're not limited to just doing one. You can try them both out and see which one ends up being quote unquote better. Well, there is no way to filter down the symbols that would be coming through your races, Ron. Is that what you're referring to filter down the symbols? Because tightening up your filter complement usually typically leads to less things being shown or less symbols being produced. And I know Barry's probably coming back anytime here. Are you lurking out there, Barry?
I am.
I'll just show real quick here, Ron.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you where to go to play around with hotkeys. So if you go to Tools from the TI toolbar, and you go to options, and notice we have a brokerage plus session now. Okay. And this is going to be tied to your order entry panel, right? You can set up, what do you want your default shares to be? Um, you want to do a default of 100, you'd plug 100 in there. That way, when you clicked on a stock, it would automatically load up that share value or whatever. Stop losses and profit targets can automatically be applied if that's the way you want to do it. But if you go over here, quick buttons, okay? This is where you can create uh, quick buttons is what we call them, or what you might refer to as hotkeys. So just get in there and play around with the hotkey feature. And of course, if you have any questions, once again, the uh, the good old user guide. If you pop in there and type in hotkeys, boom, you'll get a nice little tutorial on how to program those things.
Okay, Jamie. So one of the questions that I can't remember who it was Tyler. Have you ever played around with the sort by other than Delta? I think what he meant was because you were answering, well, no, I only want to see the stocks moving higher. I think what he was talking about though is if we have all those different, if you take, you can't see my screen right now, but in the race it says sort on, and we've
Correct.
only ever used Delta. Okay, so
Right.
I mean, Delta could be used for stocks moving down also. I think what he was wondering about is, and I have no idea. Because when you do that drop down, all you're seeing are the column headers in your top list. I have no idea what would happen if you sorted on anything other than Delta.
Right. And you know what? I haven't even tried it yet because I like the way it's working now,
Yeah,
you know.
but
But
you can
that,
use Delta for stocks moving down, of course. I mean, you can just
yeah, sure.
flip it, and using still sorting on Delta with the biggest change moving down. I don't know. I don't know what. I think it's just sort of defaulting to whatever the column headers are, but I'm 100% sure there'd be no reason to sort on them.
Right. And of
So,
course, you never know what you're going to find, but that's the cool part.
yeah,
I've got 4 or 5 races on my other screen that I just experiment with. Um, but they never really produce anything, not like these 3 that you see right here, you know?
you know what I've done, Jamie, is I've also created, and I think this is really helpful for, especially for new people. I mean, it's simple. I've just created a large cap gainers from the open percent. Because you know what I display, of course, you're right. These are the ones that really can move, give the huge percentage increases. But I just turned it into a large cap gainers with a minimum of a half a billion market cap, minimum of 50 million in the float, and they're giving some really nice, what I will call gentler trades, not as volatile,
Right,
but
right.
different alerts. And I'm warming up to that in a big way, especially for new people, because this volatile stuff, it looks wonderful when it's going up, but as we all know, when it's going down, it's pretty painful.
Yes, and that's, my little learning curve here with the races and trying to develop this methodology where basically what you've also said many times is it's a super watch list that's created every day,
Yes,
right? And you never know what's going to be on the menu. It's, you're going to see some repeats, but it's just a super fantastic way. And that's always been the paradox, you know what to trade, you know what to do, of course, sticking to our rules and all that good stuff. But it just seems that these race stocks, boy, you know, if you use these to create the hot list and then wait for your particular setup, you can get some really good trades on a very consistent basis and, have some extreme potential for, moves other than 2 or 3%,
right. Well, and the other thing about that the watch list is that even if you go down to the number 7 on your watch list or number 8, maybe that stock hasn't appeared at all, but when you click on it and all of a sudden
Hmm.
you look and go, hey, wait a minute, that thing is consolidating. It's
Yep.
not doing anything right now, and it hasn't done maybe for a couple of hours, but wow, it's consolidating. So you put a price alert or some kind of a buy alert above the price if that's your style, or
Hmm.
short below. So that's how I've been really attracted to this watch list, the top 10 list that's created. You don't always have to just focus on the top ones. Keep an eye on the ones that are 7 and 8. Click and see what's happening. That's all you can do.
Oh, absolutely. And I've been using stops to enter a lot here lately. It's
Hmm.
enter a stop to enter, and then boom, you don't miss it.
Exactly.
All righty, sir. Well, I
Yeah,
guess
I'll
the
take over
time
if
has
you'd like.
come.
All
Yeah.
right, the time has come. Yes. Okay. If you want to take off now, that's great. Thanks a lot for your hour.
Hey, no problem, Barry. I see you've got it back here, so I'll just stop my screen. All right,
Great.
everybody. Thanks for tolerating me for an hour, and we'll see you guys on the flip side. Bye bye for now.
All right, guys, I am, whoops. Okay, I'm back in both rooms. Just talking to Jamie for a bit there. I'm back in both rooms. I think the red means it's dropped a position. Okay, Kirk, and green it means it's moving up. Yeah, so I think that's what it means. So Selb is dropping, has dropped a position. In green, a yellow, there's a yellow also, and I know somebody knows, Pepe knows, I should write this down. It's in the guide somewhere, in the racing guide. It is in the racing guide somewhere. So, Ron, you ask about the best way to get started. There is no best way in terms of the Market Explorer. It is not customizable. Okay, so when you click on New and then you click on Market Explorer, and you're going to see the strategy. Now, I don't know what you're seeing. These are, this is what I see. I'm on a development build, so. But when you click on a strategy, you see what Michael has done is, how to use the daily RSI divergent long. I don't know. I'm not necessarily somebody who would use that. Okay, but I think what he has also done is put a little at least he's in the process of doing, putting a little video about each one of them. Okay, and maybe it's explaining, well, here's if this is your style of trading, if it meets your style, this is what it's looking for. Okay. Thank you, Cody. So there you go. Pepe no. So yellow means it was just added. Red means it's dropping. Green means it's moving higher. Okay. So when you say the best way to get started, there is no best. I mean, it's a matter of he's created all these different. If you were somebody who thought, wow, RSI divergence, that sounds interesting. Maybe I should take a look at that. Or maybe you're somebody who Market Explorer again, and you look at all these, the money flow index, the moving averages, crossovers, things like that. There's no, it all depends on your style of trading. And if you don't know your style of trading, well, that's when, you start to look, pattern recognition. Well, let's see what a bear flag, what that means, and what sort of alerts do we get? You know what I mean? It's so there's no, I don't know if there's an answer to the best way to get started. The only thing I can say is I think Michael is in the process of making little videos about each one. So you listen to it and you say, okay, hey, that's not bad. Maybe that is something that I'd like to take a look at. Okay, guys. So I'm actually in a short here, and the reason I took a short here, and it's GDS. It was actually showing up in the large caps on the open. It's not doing anything spectacular yet. But the reason I took this short, it was showing up on the large gap or large cap gainers from the open. And but I'm looking at this SPY, and all of a sudden I see this giant red candle. So I thought, well, some of these might start to drop. So I ended up taking this. I mean, it's no big deal. I'm up about 8 cents on it. GDS. Rephrase. Okay. Yes, there is no way right now, Ron, to customize it. Okay. I mean, Michael is trying his best. He creates these, but I think down the road there will be minor ways to customize it so that maybe you can put a price range in or maybe a minimum volume. But as we speak, I don't think you can do that yet. Okay. Now I don't know if there are videos yet. I don't know if they've been if they're out there yet. But what you might want to do is if you go to support at trade-ideas.com, just ask the question because I know he's in the process of making. It's pretty. He's got a lot of videos he has to make. They're not going to be long. And I freely admit I will probably not use them at all. Unless there's something incredible in terms of an intraday trade. But I'm just going to focus on my two races, just the large cap and the more volatile ones, and that's it, guys. That's all I'm going to do. Okay, I got knocked out of the GDS basically flat. The market is now maybe going to a little turnaround. So got knocked out of the GDS basically flat. Okay, so there are market. Okay, good. If you check the manual, then there are there. Okay, good. And his whole idea about creating these is that they are canned so that, if you're new to trading, you don't have to do anything. And I think though that he'll probably be able to add maybe allowing you to put maybe a price range in, maybe a minimum volume, but it's not going to be totally customizable. Well, you miserable thing, you. Now you went down GDS. Yeah, wow, nerve, guys. Wow, wow, wow is right. This is one that I didn't miss it really. I mean, I've seen it all day, but I've just been a little more distracted today. But what an awesome, yeah. I mean, a minute. Look at that. I mean, look how it sat on the 200-day moving average. Got right down there, and then it. Can't believe that GDS just turned right around on me because I was watching the market. I thought, okay, it's going to follow the market, and it didn't. Ooh, that would have turned into a great short. Oh well, there's another one. Yeah, my bias is to be watching this one tomorrow for a short for Peloton. I mean, it's still looking good, though I think the 1365, I believe, is the next high. Yeah, 1365 is the next high. What did it get up to? Got to 1355, so within a dime of that. I mean, if it can take that out, then I mean the next high is 1432. So I mean, it still has some room, but releasing earnings tomorrow. So if anybody were to ask me, well, Barry, would you swing this one? I'd be saying, well, I shouldn't say anything because I mean they could have come out. Maybe the earnings are not going to be as bad as what analysts thought, and maybe it explodes. Based on this news today, continues. But I sure wouldn't be swinging this one. But you never know what the guidance is going to be, right? I mean, you just never know. I mean, they may say, you miserable, fill in the blanks. I can't believe I got turned around on me. It was just a play off the SPY. That GDS was just a play off the SPY, a strong stock. Thought it would start moving down with the SPY. The minute I saw that green candle, I thought, okay, it's still a strong stock. And maybe it'll move with it, and it it didn't. This one is still 26, right? They're going to close this thing, RVAC. It's supposed to be finalized. This is a SPAC that will be buying this company called West Rock Coffee. Uranium play, URG, uranium play. So these uranium stocks, I don't think they've really pulled back at all. Today, URA, yeah, look at that. Look at these ETF for uranium. We saw this in the pre-market. We saw CCJ, and the minute I saw CCJ moving, wanted to look at the ETF for uranium. So yeah, I mean, this is, if you don't want to play a specific uranium stock, this is the ETF for uranium. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just looking at. Now, what the interesting that can happen in this sort of a race right here is all of a sudden out of nowhere, a stock that hasn't appeared at all, certainly not in the top 10 list. It may not have even appeared at all. Because remember, this top 10 list, this is made up of stocks that have won races. There could be some stock that's, finished second or third many times. You won't see it here. But sometimes what happens is all of a sudden you'll just see some stock moving up. Click on it out of nowhere and you see like it's up, sorry, 10, 20, 30% from the beginning of the race. Click on it, see what's happening. Now there's this G-Sun. Yeah, I mean, it is very low float. China stock went crazy a few days ago, got up to almost 100. Well, nice to see one of these again, guys. We haven't seen one of these in a while, like a nerve that had a nice pop, bit of a rest, and then a fantastic continuation. Haven't seen one like this for a while. Oh, they all end up the same way, of course. Always, but let's take advantage of them when we can. That's all. Nothing to do with fundamentals. Well, this is an interesting one. CRBU, guys. This is showing up on the large cap gainers from the open. CRBU. Why is it interesting? Well, through the 200-day, which is way down here. More importantly, when you look left, what do we see? 1218. That's got some room. Kind of basing a little bit here, hugging that 10 SMA. Okay, on the 15-minute chart, hasn't broken down through it. That's an interesting look right now. You know, certainly not chasing it. Had earnings on the 9th, so that's behind. Meanwhile, I think PTON just made another new high. No, there's not really a mobile app. No. I mean, we have a web-based version, but I don't think it's what you're really talking about or thinking about. We do have a web-based version that, of course, you can use on anything that's got a browser, but strictly speaking, we don't have a mobile app. Question from our YouTube room. Well, the only hotkeys, I thought Jamie went over them. Okay. These are, I mean, these are the easy hotkeys if you're talking about using it within Brokerage Plus. You know, flatten, half, double. So flatten, get out of your position, half, get out of half your position, or you can double your position. I noticed that he was showing something else, which I don't even know where it is, but he was showing you something else regarding hotkeys. And I'm wondering where they would be, probably maybe in the strategies. Pepe knows. Other things I don't do. Oh, like that? No. No, Trendy, no. We don't have anything like that. Wow, nerve, nerve, nerve. Holy smokes. Congrats, guys. So it popped through 8, and then it came kind of back down. But I mean, where could this go? Let's take a look. Wow, it's above all that on that daily chart. So I'll expand it a bit. So the next highs are way back here. Well, last December. So it's approaching last December highs, NERV. And see how it took out that 15 or the 8, sorry, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, GDS. It broke down below it now. All right. I almost hate bringing this one up, but take a look at the STBX. Look what it's trying to do. Now, I mean, this was the IPO from yesterday, the super disappointing one that probably none of us could get in because it opened at about 28 and got halted almost immediately. And then when it resumed, it was up at around 40. So there was no way to trade it, in my opinion, anyway. And there were no shorts available. But look what it's trying to do now, guys. Look what it's trying to do now. This TBX. You're wondering if maybe it has a second, maybe the second day. Highly risky. It's only making you sick because you're out of it now, right, Dak? Well, it'll be interesting to watch it tomorrow. See if it can has a second day continuation. And I had a nice day 2 days ago, but yesterday kind of blah. But look at this. I mean, what a move. Each is an earning. Hi, by the way, hi, Real. Just notice you're here now. Each is an earnings play, so it's trying to come back a little bit. So what Real is talking about though is a short here with some possible levels of 29.37 and then 29. I'm surprised. Yeah, this has not ever been halted, has it? Today, nerve has not been halted today. All right, guys. Nerve, guys. Well, my one of my rules: don't chase. Every now and then. That seems to be right. Blue collar, yeah. 2 days ago, that's what caused that pop. And this is like a what you call a supreme delayed reaction. And then somebody's talking about and then Zach's talking about a passive stake by somebody, I guess. Guys, look at the RVAC now. RVAC. Look at the RVAC now, guys. Again, they're completing their merger on Friday, it looks like. So a new symbol will be on Monday. And look at this thing starting to rip. I'm not saying it's going to do a DNAA, but wow. Well, this is a strange market. I don't believe that topping tail. Let me just get rid of that topping tail on the SPY. I think that probably happened. Yeah. So we had the big down, we had the, I mean, look what the market was doing at the beginning. And then all of a sudden, that was when I was on my break, I guess. Yeah, 12:30. Big red candle. Looked like it was trying to recover, but now another red candle, guys. So probably going to have another negative day in the market. The volume like in this RVAC, that's pretty good. 23 million in the float. Bad spread right now, but man, I feel like taking just a few, just in case it does the crazy. But not trying to tell anybody to do the same thing at all. No, no 30%. 20. There'll be a 25% code coming out tomorrow, Trendy. That 30% was just for early adopters, okay, who are in the test drive in the first week. So, but there'll be a 25% code probably tomorrow. I mean, I know there'll be one for sure by the end of the week, but hopefully there'll be one. I'll see it by tomorrow. Boy, this GGS guys, I mean, this is this still has some room to go. All right, as crazy as it seems or sounds, I'm putting an alert up here at 13 for the RVAC. Okay, give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch this CRBU. It intrigued me a little bit. The CRBU, not really doing too much, but it is basing. It's still holding that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. And again, the only reason is because of the daily chart and the fact that the next high is 1217. So, I mean, it's really a slow mover. It's not really trading that much, but you just never know. So, why don't I do this? Drop the buy button a little bit above the current price. Can't have to do it on the chart though. Okay, and we'll just create a little conditional buy order for it. Now this is, okay, this is still here. This is something that I was just demonstrating how to place a bracket order for the buy fly. So I'll just get rid of that BFLY. No, it's the API inch by inch. It's got nothing to do with that. I mean, we work with E-Trade, which is commission free. Okay, so it's not, it's they're not willing, to work with us on that, on the commission free one. So, I mean, there might be something more technical than that, but it's not because it's commission free, because we can do it with E-Trade, which is commission free. So it's got nothing to do with the fact that it's commission free. Nerve, yeah, nerve isn't necessarily done, guys. Regaining that 8 level. Let's see if it can hold over 8. I mean, there was a big sell-off there. I mean, what did it get up to? About 860, and it sold all the way down to 770. So that's a big percentage move down, but it may not be over. I guess that's a way to phrase it, Pepe. I thought he meant though, is it because we don't want to link to commission-free brokers? I thought that's what he was implying. So I was sort of right. It's all about the API. They won't work with us on that. Yeah, we can't do it. Yes, Teddy. Yes. So, okay, guys. So this may be a little ominous for the ENVX. You see how it's broken down now through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. This could turn into a bit of a short underneath 24. All right, guys. Keep an eye on the nerve if it just explodes from here. It's the API is the same. Okay. Yeah, I don't get into it that much. That's all I know is that we can't do it, and Interactive Brokers wouldn't allow us to do it. So, and IB Lite is not available in Canada either. So that's one reason I'm not really okay, guys. Nerve, boy, it's so tempting. It's going to get probably over that 8 level again, and the volume is, I mean, it's dwindling a little bit, but there's still a ton of volume. 48 million have traded, 4.5 in the float. So what's that, about 13 and a half times the float? Half a cent, half a cent, it's half a cent a share. The only thing, no, I don't know. They know we exist, but we're still like a little blip on their radar, Pepe. They know we exist, and we do talk to them. But oh, this is the one, Avaya. I was thinking of okay, Avaya guys. Um, what we were hoping though is that we could at least externally link, never mind through Brokers Plus and trading, but somehow do the external link to the Lite program. But no, it's not available. Yeah, Dan, Dan actually doesn't talk to IB at all. I think you may, when we have a couple of people who do talk to IB, Dan doesn't talk to IB at all. All right, guys. I'm still have my eye on this RVAC in case it just does something crazy, like take out 13 and starts to run. This could be an edit. Let's see what the next high looking left is. 1627. That's too close. Too bad. Edit a little bit over the whole number, trying to come back after being hammered down. I think it was an earnings play back here, but the next high to me is just too close. Well, this Cano, I mean, I've seen it every single day. I mean, it started 2 days ago around 5. It's at 7 now through the 200-day. Looking left, the next high looks like it's around 726 on the daily chart. But actually, it's not a low float, 178 million in the float, so it's not low. Give me a moment, please. Let's take a look at this Avaya, guys. I mean, this had a decent day, a choppy day yesterday, but boy, it's got the room. Let's back this out a bit. Check the price up here. Yeah, I mean, 136, I think, is the next high looking left. 139 or so. I mean, if it can take this out tomorrow, this was one that was really active a few weeks ago. AVYA. So you can kind of see that if it can get over that high, which is 136, I mean, the next high is way up here at 231, which is, great percentage move. So sticking a price alert there. Okay, and see if it takes that out at some point. How ugly is AERC with all their approvals for their purification device? All the way up to 2350. Not that long ago, guys. I mean, really, not that long ago, back in June. And now look at it. Air purification or something. Ooh, Neptune, NEPT. That was, yeah, it just got halted. You're right, just got halted. And this is a big one yesterday. Volatility halt, so it's not a news halt. DWAC? Happened with DWAC. Ah, I wonder if we can believe that. That spike up here. Yeah, I guess there was some news at 125 anyway, 125 includes provisions for material disruptive events like a presidential run and prison time. Okay. All right. And prison time. Yeah. I mean that was the news. So they're saying, hey, no matter what happens, we're still going to be around. That's in essence what they're trying to say. And I look at these. I don't know why our charts get these crazy topping tails and bottoming tails. Yeah, save every dock window to the, you never know when you want to bring something back. Blue collar is saying I just reloaded a dock window that wasn't loaded. Yeah, I mean, save everything to the cloud. And, I've got some dock windows that I've created. Right now, though, this is my style, but who knows? I mean, I don't think honestly, I don't think I'll ever deviate from the race scan, but there could be something else that I want to take a look at down the road. So it's always a good idea to save everything, including dock windows. You can always bring them back later and check to see what's happening. By the way, somebody asked me yesterday about docking Brokerage Plus. Are you still in the room? And I woke up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat thinking, hey, I didn't answer that question. But seriously, I know somebody asked about docking the Brokerage Plus window, like putting it into a dock. I don't do it. I mean, you can do it. It's a bit of there are a couple of extra steps. In other words, you can see you can't right click and it doesn't say dock, put it into a dock. So if you're still in the room, I can show you how. If you're not, then I won't even bother because I don't think it's not worth it to dock it. Boy, this one is getting just slapped again. Still no shorts available. Look at this wet G just getting absolutely slapped again. Got slapped down yesterday. It showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. I think that around 4:30 or so. And now it's showed up again at 290 here, but I don't have any shorts available. Okay, so Trendy, do you know how to dock windows in the first place? Do you know how to create a dock window in the first place? Somebody in our Trendy Trades is asking in our YouTube room. So again, do you know how to create a dock window in the first place? Never mind docking Brokerage Plus. Talking to someone in our YouTube room. Okay. Okay, so I think this is probably the way you can do it. Click on the dock window that you want it to go into. Okay. So let's just say I want to put Brokerage Plus as a docked window in here. So left click on it. Okay. And I'm going to explain why I'm telling you to do that. So left click on it. Now, see if I can remember how to do this. I have to delete I have to exit out of Brokerage Plus. I think I'm okay to do that. Okay, and then tools, options, and tell me if I'm going too fast because I only want to do this once because I'm going to have to bring back Brokerage Plus. So I got rid of Brokerage Plus and then tools, and I also clicked on the dock I wanted. So if you have several docked windows, I think the best thing is to click on the one you want it to go into, so it knows in these next steps where to put it. So tools, options, and then go to layouts. Now you see where it says opening windows. You check open in dock window. So are you with me so far, Trendy? Just want to make sure you're with me so far. So you would check open in dock window and then save that. Okay. And then when I open broker, then when I click on new, I hope this is going to work. Brokerage Plus, it should open in here somewhere. Yay, and it did. Okay, I'm going to bring it out because I don't want it in there. Ah, so did that. Now, what I do though is I make sure because I don't want every single window that I might open to go into a dock. So what I do is I click on tools, then options, and then the layouts, and I uncheck because I don't want everything to go into a dock. Okay, were you able to follow that? I can do it again, or I can explain it again if you really want me to. Okay, so you say you're on the phone, but you understand what to do now if you want to do it. Most people don't. I used to, but I didn't feel the need. I don't mind it free floating. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:54. All right, look at COGT. It's almost at a lifetime high, showing up on the large cap. It's not a big float either. It's snuck in there. My minimum is 50 million in it, but it is a half a billion, at least a half a billion market cap. Um, that makes it. Oh, that's the float. Remember, the market cap is the shares outstanding. So, anyway, the high is 1715. So we're almost at an all-time high for COGT. Yeah, Cody, that one I think is such a something that I don't think hardly anybody does. I mean, obviously the proper way to do it, but for whatever reason we can't do it because this is sort of even though it looks the same as a window, like it's right ideas window, but it doesn't have the ability when you right click to put it into a dock window like this, anything else. Duplicate into, and then you can put it right in. It just doesn't have the ability to do that. So that's something that I mean, I don't think anybody has to really know, but if asked, I will tell. But I don't think it's anything that's earth shattering that people have to know. Whoa! Look at ape, guys. Only reason I just happen to have only have four thumbnail charts right now, but I was interested to see if ape would maybe take out these highs and maybe try to get up to that 10 level. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just more internal discussion happening that I'm just following. Trade ideas. Oh, boy, this looks so. This RVAC. Well, all I can do is wait to see if it takes out 13. Whatever works, Cody. Yeah, I mean, whatever works. And that's I'm glad to see you've been practicing for 2 months in the simulator. Yeah, man, it'd be this G Sun is just can be so crazy, guys. I mean, it's hard to commit. You take something like this, it has to be fewer shares, wider stops. Man, it's won 11 races today too. Even RVAC has won a bunch of races. It's all about news. RVAC is all about news, okay? Are you able to, are there shorts available for apes yet? Or apes, ape. Aha. Yeah, there are. I don't think there were yesterday or the day before anyway, but yeah, there are shorts available now for ape. Interactive Brokers, 262,000. Okay, Avaya. Again, I've got my price alert set around 130 odd. See if it takes that out later. Is this a uranium play, you Roy? Yes, another uranium play. Uranium hot today, guys. Wonder if it'll have any sort of continuation. Take a look at URA. So it had I mean, listen, it was in a big downtrend for quite a while. Kind of paused a couple of days ago. A little bit of a spurt yesterday, but look at this move for uranium today. Yeah, it doesn't look like nerve is going to get back over 8 now, guys. Doesn't look like it anyway, but you never know. With that float, if you get a lot of volume coming in, look at how the volume has dwindled on the 15-minute chart, and look at the price. There's your price action on volume. Very good for you, Cody, saying he's got LAC as an investment, LAC, and it's done well. Good for you. All right, guys, ENVX, it's just kind of interesting. I mean, it's right at that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I thought maybe this might turn into a nice short if it got below 24, but it's kind of holding its own here. Ooh, guys, I don't know. Maybe don't count nerve out yet. I'm just noticing a little pop up here. I'm not necessarily counting nerve out yet. This is maybe just a 2-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. Maybe. And well, you need the volume though. You need some volume to really start pouring in again. Well, nerve never did break. I mean, you would have been hard pressed to hold on through all this but it never did break that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. It touched it way back here at 616, and then it just ran from there. But you'd have to have a pretty big stop, obviously, to hold on from 861 down here, and using the 10 SMA as your guide when to get out. I'm whispering, but look at this RVAC. This is really risky. Okay, the RVAC is really risky. Why is it risky? Because it's all based on news. It's not a great spread, and you don't know what can happen. I mean, it's not. It's a SPAC that they're supposedly finalizing their merger on Friday. So that's what you're basing all this on. When I say you, I mean a person is basing on that it's going to be finalized on Friday. Guys, nerve is back up. Nerve is back up over 8. All right, guys. 209. Okay, so I've got about an hour or so on the mic anyway. Look at the SPY now, guys. I mean, oh, choppiness now. The big move up, the big move down, little pause, another move down, and now we've had got quite 45 minutes of up. So we've got quite the day going on. Well, that nerve is just toying with us at that $8 level. Hey guys, lifetime high again for SGML, guys. Lifetime high, SGML. Little break here. I mean, in theory, that's the lifetime high right up here, but it is 25.25. What it does is it looks back, okay? So it doesn't really. Anyway, take a look at this one. SGML. Nice Canadian company. Where are you out of? Thought so. I wonder where they are in Vancouver. Guys, I got to put myself on mute because I'm having to watch something pretty closely. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Yeah, so Harvey, I don't know how I can help you. All I can do is take a trade. When you say when you say selling your stops immediately, you can put a stop order in and it sells it. I mean, I don't know how you're going to have to send the logs. I mean, if I take this nerve trade right now, take I don't know, 200 shares. I'll buy it, send it, and put a stop in at I don't know, 780. So you're saying it stops you out immediately? Yeah, so I don't know what's happening on your end, Harvey. I honestly don't, because I mean, you just saw what I did and it's not taking me out. Unless it hits that, it's not going to take me out. So I don't know what's happening on your end. You better send your log or something. Chris is definitely way more of an expert than I am, but I just demonstrated putting a stop in and is not doing it immediately, taking it out immediately. Sorry, I can't help you. So you might want to send your log if you click on help and then send files to support. Maybe they take a look at it. I don't, but I don't know what. So if you did exactly what I did, manually take a trade and then add the stop, you're trying to tell me that it takes you out immediately. Wow. And I don't think it can be anything to do with strategies and all. So you're doing all this manually, completely manually. So I'm going to get rid of this nerve. So you're not doing it the way I'm doing it. You're not doing it that way. You're not doing it the way I'm doing it then. By taking the trade and then adding the stop. That's not what you're doing. Because I know that pop up. That happens in some other fashion. I think it's something to do with a stop limit or something like I'm so again, if you do this, I'm going to take this seal trade. So if you do this and you click on the alert and there's a symbol and now you manually take the trade, 500 shares, you buy it, you send it. So now you're in the trade and now add the stop order and you put that stop order at say $1, something underneath. You're trying to tell me that a box pops up. It's almost impossible that that can be happening, but because you see what I've done, I've got my stop down there. It certainly didn't take me out. You must be doing, yeah, you can't be doing it that way. So take the trade, get into the trade, and then add the stop order. I know that pop up, that warning, this will, but it's not the way I just did it. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Hearing ENVB. What is it? What is that one doing? ENVB? ENVB? Not showing up here. I don't think. Oh, there it is. There it is. ENVB. It's showing up here. Starting to move up the leaderboard. Egan. Let's take a look at Egan. Back. Yeah, some move is right. Egain. What's the volume? Okay, so it should start to show up here or earlier. See what the volume, because the volume is fine. Relatively low float, 21 million in the float. What's the next high looking left is 947, so 950, right around that area. It takes that out, guys. Has some room to 987. I don't call that a lot of room, but okay, guys, nerve is still hanging in there at 8. It just doesn't want to give up 8 in a big way yet. Boy, I mean, the volume is not terrible. Look at the last set. What time is it now? 2:26. So another 4 minutes for this to close. I mean, the volume has sort of been fairly level. Let's see if we can get some more volume coming into nerve. I mean, this could really, really pop it again. I know you meant nerve. Oh, maybe you didn't mean. No, I'm sorry. Maybe you did mean verve. Verve. Haven't seen verve today. Ah, okay. More expensive one. I don't typically play that, but that's a nice couple of days though. Okay, what's going to get me into this nerve? Boy, another one that's I'm hearing is RVPH. There it is. Yeah, RVPH. Look at this move here. See, late day. Didn't see that. I don't think I saw this all day. I mean, it may have been doing something here at the beginning of the day, but look, 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 all day long, kind of doing nothing, and then out of nowhere, volume coming in. This Ayla, Ayla. I was confusing it with Avaya. That's what I thought. I thought, man, did that ever rip? But no, because this was a dollar 20 yesterday. But I thought it was Avaya. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so the question is there's a filter. You have to create a custom formula, okay? There is a filter for 1 minute volume, okay, but you have to create a custom formula for it. All right. Well, it's not a new feature. Do you know how to create a custom formula? So I'm talking to you, Fuad, in our YouTube room. Do you know how to create a custom formula? If you do, it's really simple. Okay, so first thing to do is go to our guide. It'll show you how to create a custom formula. Okay, and then I'll give you the formula that you can use. So let me go to the home page. Okay, so just give me a moment. So click on my home page link. Okay, and this is what you'll see when you click on my home page link and go to the education section. Go to the education section. Okay, click here, education section. Go to the user guide. Okay, and now where it says custom formulas, click on that. Now that's going to tell you how you can create a custom formula, okay? The formula that you want, 1 minute is V underscore, just give me a moment, okay? Just give me 1 moment. Because I also want to show you where you can see it. Because you might want to do other volumes. Okay, I'm just going to show you this. You see, V up 1, that is the formula that you will use. So just give me a moment. Okay, so you see this formula. This is the volume for the last, that one is for 1 minute, that's for 5, 10, 15. Okay, that is the formula that you will use. So go to the guide, find out how to create a custom formula. It's well laid out. And then you'll see in the description, yes, I can paste that here or in here for you, yes. Okay, so when you figure out how to create a custom formula, and then that's the formula that you'll use. When you create a custom filter or formula, it becomes just like any other filter with a min and a max box. Okay, just like any other. And so you can put whatever you want that volume to be minimum in 1 minute, be it 50,000, 100,000, a million, whatever number you want. There'll be a min and a max box. Okay, and it'll be just so. The only thing that may not say in the custom in that section, give it a name that makes sense because you can name them. And so, you might want to call it volume up 1 minute or something like that in shares. Just something like that. It's because remember, you can search. Wait a moment. Because remember, you can search. When I right click on an alert window, configure, search, I even think I might even have one. I can't give it to you because custom formulas in my account cannot be, unfortunately, copied. Now, so these are your custom formula will start with the letter U, and it'll probably say U0 because that's the first one you've done. Okay, but you can search on it. So when I searched in volume, obviously these are a couple of custom formulas I must have made a long time ago. I don't use them anymore, but so let me know if that worked for you when you went to the guide and it showed you how to create a custom formula. Because this is what it'll look like. give me a moment. Give me one moment. I just got to find. There we go. So this is what the custom formulas look like, okay? So when you create your very first one, you'll have the source, and that's where you're going to type in, that's where you will type in that V up one. It has to be exactly, it's like any computer program, syntax has to be exact. And that's why I was saying, give it a name, description, give it a name, like volume in 1 minute, or, give it some name that makes sense to you because you can search on it. And format and graphics and all, I wouldn't worry about that, and then just save it, and now it's done. Now you have your first custom formula. And then that link I gave you just shows you these are the data point, we have other data points. So the whole idea of a custom formula is that you can, if we have the data point, for instance, if you said though, but you know what, I want the volume up in 2 minutes, we don't have it. So you just can't make something up saying, well, why don't I just put in V up 2? Well, it won't work. Okay, so it has to be something that we have. I may have accidentally turfed the room. Just give me a moment. Not the YouTube room, but the other room. Let's see, are you guys still here somewhere? Oh, there you are. There you are. There you are. I thought I accidentally shut down the entire browser, but I didn't. So Jake, if you go to the guide, you can find out more information about the AI. I mean, it's not going to tell you, what the strategies are or anything like that. But if you go to the guide, I'll click on my homepage link first, and then click on, okay, so this is what you'll see. Okay, so you can click on the education section and then click on the user guide. And then there's a information about the AI. Where are you? AI Holly Guide. Okay, so it'll give you an idea about what it's all about. Now, when you say benchmarks, I mean, basically it's just taking, if you had a strategy of your own, okay, the AI takes, but it has its own strategy, and it goes through an optimization procedure each evening. And so you can read about what happens. You can't see the individual strategies or any of the filters or anything like that are used because they are proprietary, but that'll give you an idea about what it is. And if you want the comparison to the SPY, I don't have that, but I think if you go to support at trade-ideas.com, there might be something there. Okay. But go to the AI Holly guide, and that'll give you a good idea about what it's all about. Just know this, that it goes through all the strategies, go through an optimization procedure, and then the ones that make the cut, making the cut meaning they have to have the proper win percentage and profit loss factor, etc., then they make the cut. Those are the strategies that make the cut for the next day, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen from those strategies. Okay, guys, it's getting close to 51, so I'll probably put myself on mute pretty soon now. Okay, guys, I don't see too many more questions. Again, if you have any questions, please ask. But I will put myself on mute now. No, I've already got that there. Okay, we'll hop back on the mic. Okay. I had the main room on mute also. So again, I'll hop back on the mic if there are any questions. Okay, Hammerhead, and welcome, by the way. This is my homepage link right here. I'll put it in the room. Okay, so there is my homepage link. And if you click on the link, then this is what you're going to see. You're obviously, you're a subscriber, I'm assuming. So you might want to take a look at the scans that I've got, including the 2 races that just give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment. Okay, so here are the scans that I've got. So here are the 2 races that I follow. This is the one that you see on my screen. The biggest gain is from the open percent. And then this is the other one that's on my other monitor, which is more large cap, which may be your style. I don't know. But I have other scans that are here, okay? And if you're a first day user, I hope, just a minute. I'm just doing a couple of things right here. Oh man. If you're a first day user and you go to my home page, I hope that you've done the let's get started, okay? The let's get started. Now you may not have to do the download and installation, but the first startup and login, you may have already got that going, but toolbar and right click magic, layout styles, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Again, you may not have to go through the first ones if you've already done that. And then after you've done that, too many tabs open. I've got to just give me a moment. Here we go. Okay. So again, on my home page, so I've already talked about my scans, but also go to the education section, go to the user guide. Now, you should have already, if you haven't done it, do the getting started. Now, at the very, very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and I really recommend you find out as much as you can about stock racing, okay? What we concentrate on, a couple of videos are here, lots of information, okay? Really understand alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. Because like anything else, it is a software program, so there is a learning curve, but don't get too overwhelmed by all the stuff that's in the guide, all right? That's why I was saying just concentrate on alert windows, top list windows, and the racing. No, you don't need, we work with any broker, okay? The only reason you would need an interactive, sorry, you guys probably know what's happening here. Okay, the only reason you need an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account is if you want to use this window called Brokerage Plus. Give me one moment, guys. One moment, one moment. Whew. Again, I'm sorry. I'm obviously in a trade and I'm trying to manage the heck out of it. So, and I told you all guys about the RVAC earlier. Risky, risky. The merger and all that nonsense, all that, not nonsense, all that stuff. Okay, so the only reason you need an interactive broker's account is if you want to use this window called Brokerage Plus. And that's the only reason, okay? You can use any broker with trade ideas, including, this has got nothing to do with who your broker is. Oh man, guys. Oh, brother, 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 brother. Thank you, thank you. To somebody anyway. I told you guys about the RVAC that I was really interested. Yeah, I said it was very risky. Oh boy, and now the nerve, guys, the nerve, the nerve. I mean, it's still trying to get through that 8 level. Okay, what time is it now? 3:16. Okay. Whew, great end. I don't know where it's going. I've taken some out, of course, but you know, I'm going to hold on to a piece of this just in case it does something really, really stupid like the DNA did. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but this was the same sort of thing. This was a SPAC merged. The merger was completed. This was Friday. This is after hours on Friday. It did the absolute nonsensical move all the way up to $50. And then, of course, when it became whatever, I can't even remember what the name of the company is anymore, that it became that company crashed. Don't get me wrong. This is not a hold. This is not anything that you want to hold. But I think it's Friday. Okay, I think it's Friday, Zach. This is what I saw earlier. Unless this has changed, scheduled for on or about August 26th. So unless this has changed, I know you're saying the 25th, which is tomorrow, but this is what I saw earlier in the day. Oh, I'm very glad I didn't hop into nerve. Tongue tied here, or tongue. Whew, what a rush at the end of the day. My goodness. So anyway, again, guys, this is how nonsensical it is. Okay, so this is why, of course, I will never hold that the RVAC. Because look what happened. Here is DNAA, okay, on Friday. They go up to $50 after hours. The merger has been announced. It will turn into, from DNAA, it'll turn into AKLI on Monday. Remember now, in theory, that was a $50 stock Friday afternoon after the market closed or after hours. Look what it is now, 5. So if you think I'm going to be holding RVAC, not remotely will I be holding RVAC. All we try to do, guys, is take advantage of the nonsense, okay? I would say get the middle 2/3 of the nonsense and move on. And it was all about patience. I mean, it's funny because it did take out 13 briefly a little while ago, And I was actually all set to take it. And then it started to move down. I said, okay, let's wait to see if it can hold 13. And it got all the way down to 1223. But then on that second round right through there, I said, okay, you got to do it. You got to try it. You can't make any money unless you try it. I'm gone now. I mean, I'm long gone. I mean, that from 13 all the way up to whatever that was, 1450 in a heartbeat. Very low volume halt. RHE just got halted. All right, guys. So it is now 3:21. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there in about 10 minutes, I guess, a little less than 10 minutes. He'll be in our YouTube room. So he is available for questions, etc. And so, yeah, I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then Chris takes over in the YouTube room and runs that to 4:30, and he does that Monday to Friday. Okay, our HE resumed. What did it do? So actually, this said news pending. It was a volatility halt. It did open in 5 minutes, but it also said something about news pending for our HE. Man, I'm so glad this could have. Well, I wouldn't have. I always have a stop, but I was so close to taking nerve right there, right at that mark when it was about 80, I think 8:18, 8:16. I thought, okay, this could have a late day run. I mean, it still might, but I'm not interested. I mean, it's just in that float, 76 million. It'll be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Okay, guys, I've got a UPS delivery. I think you can hear my dog. Seems to be on the formula editor. Um, there is. Okay, it's possible then you're on a very early version, or you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? Because I do see it here, the formula editor. I don't use it here. I have to admit, I do not use it here, but I guess you can. Yeah, create new, put it in, and I guess that's a sort of an easier way. So if you don't see that, if you click on tools and then formula, and you don't see formula editor, then my guess is that you have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so you can tell the version you were on if you click on Help and About. What do you see? Now you won't see mine. I'm on a development version, I believe, yes. But what version of Trade Ideas do you have if you click on Help and About? Because I almost guarantee if you download the latest beta, yeah, okay, so again, you have to tell me what version of Trade Ideas do you have? Because if you don't see Formula Editor, that means, yeah, you have to just click Help and About. My guess is that you're like on 5 point, well, you're not on this version for sure, because you will see that. So again, Help and About, and in, whoops, and in which case, just go to my download link, okay, my homepage link, go up to the download section and download the latest version. So click on my link. Oops. So if you click on my link, then you're going to see this. Excuse me, you're going to see, oh my goodness, I get tired here. Okay, so scroll up to the top where it says download. Now, I think this has been fixed though. Yeah, I think this is because I'm cached. No, you don't have to delete your first one. You don't have to delete the current one. And keep scrolling down. I don't think, hopefully you won't see it looking like this. This is something I think it's in my cache. I just gonna have to close down later. And if you keep scrolling down to where it says the beta, there, beta 5.6.5, okay? And I shouldn't guarantee, but I'll 99.9999% sure that that's where you'll, well, what version do you have? But I almost guarantee that it'll be here. Tool, when you click on tools, because that's a fairly recent addition, but several months though. So that is the production version, I believe. Yeah, that's the production version. This is what I was saying. You could use that, but I would use the beta. I would keep scrolling down, okay? I know this is all jumbled up. I apologize. It shouldn't look like that on your end. Just keep scrolling down until you see the beta. Keep scrolling down, 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 down until you see the Pro AI Beta version 5.6.5. Okay? Yeah, that one. That has all the latest features, and for sure it'll have. Yeah, this is an easier way. I haven't created a custom formula in probably years, but yeah, this is definitely an easier way. Put the formula in, and you're done. Save it. Yeah, that's a lot easier. All right, just waiting. Chris, maybe I've got you on mute. Maybe I've got the room on mute. Nope. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. You can hear me, but can you hear Chris? I don't hear Chris. Unless I've got the room on mute. Nope. I've got the site unmuted. And I don't see that he's taken over yet. So he might be just delayed for a bit. Okay, guys, in the main room, I'm going to shut down now. Thank you for all of the help all day long. Thanks very much. We'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. So we'll have a great evening and we'll see you then. And I'll stick around in our YouTube room until Chris shows up. Unless I missed something, maybe he's busy or something. Maybe he's not able to show up today. I'll try to answer you, Vasu. I mean, first of all, if we do have an after hours channel, okay? So if you click on new and then doc channel bar, a minute, doc channel bar, and then click on the show more. Depends on the version you've got. You may see them all, but if you don't, and then here is the, where is he now? After hours. I'm just looking for after hours. Where is it? Here it is. So we have an after hours channel, okay? So I don't know what your settings are. I mean, I really don't know. I mean, we do have a post-market high and post-market volume and all that. So I don't, it's hard for me. Did it ever work after hours? Let me ask you that. But you can always try this, okay? Our after hours channel. See, right now, if you click on it, nothing will happen because market hasn't closed yet. Of course, so at 4 o'clock Eastern time, you'll start to see some alerts coming in. Most up and down in the pre-market volume leaders, post-market movers, okay? So you might want to try that. I can't tell you why you're not seeing anything because I don't know what your scan, I don't know what your scan is. If it's a top list window, make sure that it's active live. It's live always. If it's a top list window. Yeah, so if you're a new user, yeah, what I would do is just check this out, okay? Check the channel out. It is designed to see the the market, the post-market action. So try that out. So let me just see. I don't know if Chris. I think the time has got away from him. He doesn't know that it's 3:30. There he is.
Barry, I completely lost track of time. I was trying to
That's okay.
reproduce
That's
that
okay, my
bug.
friend. That's okay. Yeah, that's that freezing thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, this morning I thought I could trip it, and it looked like my top lists weren't freezing. And I opened an entire screen of top lists. I had 10 of them there, and then it looked like they were all frozen. I took 4 videos to send to Julio, and of course, every
Mhm.
time I went to take the video because I thought that there was a bug, the top list didn't move in the freeze anymore. And I recorded 3-minute videos, and I was like, all right, well, I'm not gonna pester Julio with this, or he'll chop my head off.
Mhm.
And now all of a sudden I can get it to work again. So maybe the key is take a video and it freezes your top list.
Because I just froze a top list and it's frozen for me too. I know who you're talking about. He's been in the room. He's been a long time subscriber.
Yeah, that's why
Uh,
I don't discount what he's saying, but you know how it is with Julio and everybody else. If you can't reproduce it, they don't want to hear it.
yeah, but I heard you say, make sure you shut the system down overnight. Now he said, it was working okay, even not shutting it down. Well, maybe he has to. Because every time he told me he had a problem with the freezing, I would demonstrate right on the screen. Well, look, I've just frozen my top list and it's frozen.
Yeah. So well, I've got one now that I have the freeze on, and it is not working. The freeze isn't working on this top list that I have right now. I'm watching the relative volume number on it change. But I think that
Really
and the
interesting.
shares, yeah, right now this top list that I have up here, I swap screens. This top list, I'm
Okay.
watching it right now. But I swear I did this leading out of the pre-market and in the on the open when everything is nuts on the open, and it was frozen. Nothing was moving at all anywhere. and I had
Interesting.
compared top lists next to each other. So
Because you know what's supposed to happen also is that your headers are all supposed to sort of go purple or
yeah, they
dark
go
blue.
blue.
Yeah. So the minute you freeze, so I wonder, well, it can't be because it's relative volume. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
Makes
So
no sense at all. All right. Well,
anyways,
I'll let you have at her.
yes, off you
Okay.
go, sir. Sorry about being late. Like
That's
I said, I
okay.
just
No,
got
hey, no
caught up in
problem.
this
No
whole
problem at all.
conversation.
Okay.
I'll
I'll
talk
mute
to you tomorrow,
myself right
Barry.
now.
All right, take care. All right, everybody. So happy Wednesday. Sorry, just doing some troubleshooting here and got caught in a conversation and trying to figure out how I can create a bug report for a bug I can't reproduce, but then I could reproduce, and then I can't reproduce, and then I could reproduce. So I don't, these things are tricky with software sometimes. I'm watching it right now on my screen right now, and one top list I've frozen is actually staying froze, and the next one, the one next to it that's frozen, is actually not staying froze. This is very interesting stuff here. Anywho, with all that said, happy Wednesday. My day, it was an interesting day. I traded NERV here. But I just did it in my TD account. And I grabbed some here, and I sold some on this initial pop up here, and I sold the rest on the way up through here and was out by 7. And then of course I did that afterwards, but it was a nice day, and that's really the excitement for me there. That was it. Other than that, I was watching all the same stuff everybody else has been watching today. This RVAC, I just got so caught up in trying to figure out this bug with that top list. I just lost track of this. I really never saw it happen, to be honest. So it's kind of disappointing. Head down and support, but those are the breaks. Those are the things that happens. PETZ, wasn't that active the other day? I feel like that was active the other day. Am I crazy? Yeah, there it is. So there's a bunch of volume in that. Not a volume coming back into it again. I mean, dog and cat food manufacturing. It's just got to be one of those weird, manipulated, random China stocks, I'm guessing. GCT, what are my thoughts on it? That was like one of those big, crazy plays a week ago or something. Yeah. I mean, there's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a day trading vehicle. I mean, I wouldn't put any more stock in it than that. There's no real, there's no moving averages to base this off of. There's, for a daily chart here, anything like that. So you're at, support and resistance of this little bit here. And we can see here, couldn't get above yesterday's high, right? There's yesterday's high, right? And there we are right there. We got rejected right off of it. So you've now established this 2-day range here. You break down that range, and your next stop is down here in the teens. You can break it. Your next stop, it could very well be at the bottom of this candle. I'd say just above 40, the body of that candle at 40. So as far as a swing trade goes, I'd call it a lottery ticket. As far as a day trade goes, I would just pay very close attention to this range here. As far as a day trade goes, and anything outside that, there's just no data to confirm any sort of story. That's what I see there. What else? Oh, Peloton was crazy today. I almost grabbed that on the open. I almost violated my rule grabbing it inside here on the first 15 minutes. I mean, it would have been an okay trade, but it's just one of those stocks that I feel like so many people are ready to short it the second it has a move up. I said, I don't want to be involved in that. Just not my cup of tea. I don't feel like battling with a bunch of short sellers. And I mean, I wouldn't even call it a battle, of course. There's no real battle there to be had. And if I take a few hundred shares in it or something, and the short sellers come in, there's not much I can do. So kind of a sitting duck with that. And the reason why I say that is, look at this here. So you got, you get the top here in Peloton, and then every bounce has been met with a sell-off afterwards. And some of these sell-offs have been really violent. And if it's new, I know they have earnings tomorrow. Someone told me there was news about the stock too. So if it's news driven, I want even less to do with it, to be honest. For this specific stock, because it's a story stock. It was a COVID stock, things like that. So I just want less to do with it when something like that is going on. I'd rather stay away from, I'd rather stay away from all the craziness of other traders and bigger institutions. This here, making some halted again. This is making some noise here all of a sudden. Just so strange that it gets halted the way it is. This second halt on it today, I believe. So price is stacking up here. We can see. Some mystery illnesses causing problems with the dog population. Maybe a drug company figure out the mystery. Oh, so that's the story in PETZ. Interesting. All right. Yeah, still. It's coming out of China, and it's I don't trust China. That's all there is to it. I got no trust for anything that comes out of there. Not like I trust anything anywhere, but less there than anywhere else. I don't know if I'm a good chart analysis, Muhammad. I mean, I see things. I'm wrong a lot. I'm definitely wrong a lot, but there's just not a lot there on that GCT to go off of. You got this. This is that one jumps right out at me. We couldn't clear that, and we're stuck here. So we're really just shy of an inside day. We opened at the low of yesterday, so it gapped down slightly, then moved up. So like I said, great day trading vehicle. I don't know what moving averages someone might want to use, or an RSI, or some other oscillator or something like that as kind of their signals. But you've got a great range in it from, let's say, what is it down here at 26 and change, 25, 26 and change, up here to 36 or so, 35 and change. So you got a huge range on it. So that's what a lot of day traders want to see, is that kind of thing. That INDO coming out of nowhere right now. You can see this thing all day long. Sorry, I was in a chat before and I just realized I kind of left them hanging. All right, so that's that. Yeah, 14% short float on Peloton. Yeah, and that's what that's what's being held to. That doesn't include that doesn't include what day traders are doing. So that's that. Just trying to help someone navigate their way into this live stream to join our crew here. So, all right, there we go. What else are we looking at? What else was I looking at today? A lot of head fakes as usual for the mornings. You know, here, CABA, another huge head fake. So huge head fake there. You know, Bed Bath and Beyond. A lot of interest in it. You can't help but, take a look at these things as popping up on the scanner. I don't discriminate if it's popping up on a scanner, generally speaking. But no, I'm not these, especially stocks like this. I'm not going to go chasing this in the first half an hour. There is a 0% chance I will enter one of these kind of stocks before, let's say, 10:05 a.m. Eastern. But you see what this thing can do, so you can't help but look, and even a small share lot in something like this, and it moves, $2 or something like that, can make your week. But yeah, huge head fake there again. DRUG. This one I'm kicking myself. I had a price alert set for 220 on it, and I just didn't pull the trigger on it, and nice little move off that 220. I mean, faded after that, but it's a day trade. I'm not marrying these things, right? So no excuse on that. It just wasn't sitting right with me, and decided not to pull the trigger with it. I was also involved with Nerve at the time, and I had a good share size there, and I just didn't want to have multiple stocks that are really that whippy and manage them at the same time. Just a little too much. So that just didn't happen there. This is another one, AMRS, popped up on the relative strength from the open race here, but again, just couldn't get through from, I guess, a high from a couple days ago. Let's scroll back, and I couldn't get past this level from a couple days ago. So also, here's the other thing. When I see stocks like this that make that big move, and regardless how liquid it is, like look how liquid that is right there, but look at the relative volume. It's doing nothing compared to the big volume it's done in the past. In the recent past, it has an influence on that relative volume. So again, I just, more times than not, I find those kind of moves to be head fakes like that. Uber. What do I think of Uber? I think I have only rode in one Uber in my life. I think. Doesn't look like a great chart overall. I mean, like a lot of other stocks like this, because of its liquidity and the range that it can move in a day, it's probably a good day trading vehicle. But first off, as I mentioned, as I've continued to mention, I have zero interest in any swing trading whatsoever. And then when you look at, even though it's liquid with 16 million shares traded, look at that relative volume, and especially, these big spikes are either news or earnings, right? And so obviously the market liked something with the news or the earnings and the news or whatever came out with the earnings on this day, and it was very short-lived. And as you all know, gaps are meant to be filled, and that gap looks like it wants some filling. Well, I got to say, it's got some pretty good relative strength to the overall market today, so you can't discount that. Maybe it wants to hold here and build this off a base camp. Hard telling, not knowing. Think of these areas as spongy zones, right? So perhaps this had been resistance back here. Now it will become support here. Perhaps. We won't know for a couple of days, obviously. What else is happening here? All right, so we talked about any RV. That looks like it's giving it up now. That looks like it's really giving it up now. But we'll see. I mean, had this big run all those days ago, came right back down and took out that level today, right? So day trading vehicles for sure. I mean, I'm sure there's investors out there that have their investors case on these, and I'm sure it makes perfect sense to them and good for them and all that. And I hope they make $11 million and all those things. But I mean, it's a hefty downtrend off $100 there. So no, as far as as far as wanting to hold this all day or all overnight, excuse me. What else? GRAB, this was coming through. A lot of volume. Again, super liquid. 18 mil shares traded and, but hanging around its normal volume. So, it made this. Let me zoom back in on this chart a little bit here. Made this big move up here and couldn't get through there. And, no happy accident when you look left where it's being rejected, right? Again, for all my efficient market hypothesis fans, please, please, please explain this to me. Over and over and over and over, and just for good measure, again. Cannot possibly be efficient market hypothesis. There we go. All right, what else? What else? No, I guess that really covers it today. The CANO has had a couple of good days here. I don't know what their story is, something with healthcare. But, finding resistance right here. So again, no surprise there coming out of earnings. But good volume, very liquid, 9.7 mil shares traded today, 3.29 on that relative volume. So, but it seems like one of those stocks that, the first hour or so is where the move is happening. Though, had an okay move again after that first hour, I would say, actually. Now, as we coming into the close in the last couple of minutes, INDO really come storming back here, closed that gap down this morning. But it's doing it on a lot less volume than it did yesterday. So we'll see. If it's doing anything with fire tomorrow, it'll be on the relative strength scanners here. So keep my eye on it that way. But I'm really not making any watch lists at this point to bring with me the next day. There's just no point, because if it's active, I'm gonna see it anyways on my scans here. So there's no point in me having extra data on my screen for no reason. Same ones I'm always watching. I just renamed them. They were, I previously called them Bollinger Band scans because I had, kind of built them around 15-minute Bollinger Bands, but I've renamed them Relative Strength from the Open. So they're all the same. All three are the same. The only difference between, so these two that I have the X and the circle on are exactly the same. The only difference with the one that has just the X on it is that the price is higher on this. I have I think a $50 limit on this one. And these ones, I think I have a $30 limit. These ones here have $30 price, maximum price caps. This is a $50 price cap. Other than that, all the same. I haven't changed what I'm watching basically since April. And the other two races that I had here for most of the year, I just dropped them from my layout. There's no point in me having them anymore. They're just take up space and distraction. So I hadn't taken a trade from either one of them since probably March, maybe March, maybe February. Just hasn't been any, nothing was showing up in those other races that wasn't showing up in these here. So, that all looked good and worked well for me in that regard. So I think we cover. Oh, here GSUN. This is an interesting one. I'm going to talk about this one. Almost no volume in it until later in the day, but it had this big climb in price here on no volume, right? Then the volume comes in, and we get a good little move up, and that was it. But man, this thing was crazy today, right? I mean, it's still up $5, almost 23% there. But back here it was at 300,000 shares. Now it's at 1.1 million. So obviously that volume really came in and added some liquidity to it. But this thing, look at the spread on this. Earlier I saw $1 spread on it. I don't know, not for me. I don't want to trade something like that. Again, huge move in it. I'm sure there are plenty of people that did very well on it, but not my cup of tea. I mean, you obviously can't go in at market. And, you can stick something down at the bid, but, odds of you getting filled there aren't good. So if you try to go in the middle of the bid and the spread, you get a fill all of a sudden. And then next thing you know, the next print is at the bid again. And you're like, well, I couldn't get a print at the bid. And you're down 40 cents, 50 cents. It's really, really, really uncomfortable trading. So that's why I just avoid those things. But there are some people I've allegedly heard, I don't know anyone, that like really big bids or really big spreads. So for whatever reason, have at it. Call it your Vargas racing? Did you mean Vegas racing? It kind of works for after hours. It's not great because in outside regular market times, bring over the simulator here. Outside regular market times work different for liquidity, right? They're not the same. So let me connect to the simulator. And then, you have to go in with a limit order. You have to go in a limit order, buy or sell, and then, click fill pre or post and apply it, So it makes it much trickier. And you kind of got to go in at the last price to get your fills because we can't simulate liquidity and you can't use a market order in after hours or outside regular times, whether it's pre-market or post-market. You can't use market orders. It's, you won't get a fill with your broker. So obviously you can't get a fill with us there. So does it work? Yes. Is it great in that regard? No. I don't know if anybody would have a great simulator in after hours because, you have to go in, like I said, you have to do a limit order. So what if I say, I'm just going to put a limit at $20 and get a fill down here and I'll stick a buy up here at $40, or a sell up here at $40. I mean, how do you simulate those prints? You know what I mean? Just for example, let's find something that's going to be really liquid here. Peloton. All right. So you're going to see a nice little spread here on Peloton still, or a nice tight spread move. Well, it was right up until I showed it. But now, all right, here we go. So this is going to illustrate part 2 of what I wanted to show. All of a sudden you've got this spread. Well, who's to decide where you get the fill in between that there when the spread opens up? And who's to decide what the liquidity is at that time, especially when you start to get stocks that aren't really being traded in the after hours. And what's active in the after hours can be subjective. Someone that sees something that's traded 100,000 shares in the after hours says that's really active, and someone says, no, I need 500,000 shares traded in the after hours. So, I think most people would agree something like 50,000 shares through the after hours isn't very much, but you never know. Oh, you meant Varley. I got it. Oh wow, you've been using it exclusively? That's all right. I'm pretty honored, I gotta say, Dave, because you are. When people talk about someone that knows how to chart, Dave W here knows how to chart. he is he's someone to check out his Twitter feed. If I can blow you up a little bit there. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I'm surprised how well the scanner's held up for how many months, because it just seems to be scanner works for a while and you got to move on to the next flavor, the next thing. But it was so elegantly put not long ago to us here that really what we're doing with these races is relative strength, right? Regardless of what the market's open, we're looking at what's open the most. Had my other race named as Barry. I've stolen quite a few scams from Barry myself over the years. Brent, Chris, what are some popular scanners on the channel bar? Do you have a favorite? So Brent, I believe you and I have had the back and forth the last couple of days here via the email. I don't use the channel bar anymore. I really just use the layout that you see here in front of you. Happy to share that layout. I don't remember if I shared the layout in the video with you before, but if anybody wants what I've got on my screen, there's also some other stuff that'll come over. You'll have this all come over. You'll have a window set like this. It's actually defaulted to be on the SPY, but because I clicked something that was not linked properly with the other scanners. So, and then the TI strength is here and that. And there's a few other things that'll be there in the layout. I'll share that out. Again, let me find it. If something doesn't load, it's just because either it's attached to a personal symbol list or or there's a custom in it. Actually, I don't think I have anything with customs anymore. Just the sector analysis list will have but I'll show you how to make a swap on that in a second. Let me find this layout, share, copy. So that's my layout. So you'll have my compare count windows in there and stuff like that. But so back to what you were originally asking, Brent. I would say, let me pull over a dock channel bar. Load that up. There we go. I think right now the explosive winners channel is pretty popular, but I still think that my layout's better than this. That's my personal opinion. I also, I don't like the format of this layout. I like to look left on everything I do. So my thought process behind what I do is I look here. Here's my alerts coming in, whether I'm looking at the winners column or the active races. And then I look at my 15-minute chart, and then I look at my daily chart and try to size up what are my thoughts? What is my process here versus this is not intuitive to me how this goes. I don't like to work this way. And I know we read books this way, but I don't trade this way. I look left when I trade. And I think most traders will agree with me. We look left when we trade, but this was the format that was decided on for that. But you're not confined to what you see here either. So like one thing I want to show, especially for anybody new, let's just say, for example, you like this scan here, right? What I would suggest to you is this, right? So we can right click this scan and go duplicate into free floating window. And now I've isolated just this scan, right? And I can close this here. All right. And then I can say, all right, well, let's get well, I shouldn't have closed that actually. Then now let's say I go to a channel bar. I'm going to kind of work on how I would build a layout, So that's not the channel bar I wanted. Dock to channel bar. And let's say now I come over and I'm like, I really like, let's go to show more. Let's bring up the short squeeze channel. And I decide, I like, and we could do this with any one of these. I was isolating the races, but same thing, who's moving now? I say, I like this one too. And again, I can go and, hide race setup. And I can go and duplicate into a free floating window. Now I've got this one into a free floating window, right? And then I can take each one of these scans and I can right click and go save or share to cloud. Save or share to cloud, save, right? And then I can start to get rid of all of this other stuff, for example, just to show an example how I build a layout actually, right? And then I can start to add in my own charts. I can go, file, new, chart, and start to bring in charts and add charts and then build my own layout based on the scans that I isolated from the different channels. But I really think, if you're looking to race on the relative strength from the open, that layout that I just shared with you, that's really the way to go, quite personally. But you can pile through a few different of the channels there, Brent, and Muhammad too, or anybody else that's watching. Pile through a few of those channels, plow through a few of them, and take a look at the scanners that are in there. If you go to help and you go to channel descriptions, you're going to get a description on what each channel is looking at and looking for, and you could decide, is there even going to be something in that channel I like? For example, if you have no interest in swing trading, there's no reason to look at this swing ideas channel, right? Or if you don't care about looking at how sectors are doing, you don't want to look at this, right? I personally, I don't like when stocks gap. I trade stocks that gap. I like it when stocks don't gap though, and then the volume comes in afterwards. So I wouldn't really look at the trade the gap channel quite personally. And you can see, I want to go over what I've done in my layout. Let me bring my layout back up. File, load, layout. Where are you, layout? There we go. You can see what I've done with these scans. I'm about to go in and again, all of these scans, this race, and this race, these are all exactly the same. There's the only difference is this has a higher price, maximum price than the other ones do. That's it. Okay, that's strange. No topless data. Oh, okay, there we go. But so what I've done in this, and this is about going. So if I bring up configure and then I hit advanced configure, all I did was I said find stocks that are doing this stuff here essentially, and that's it. There's no gap or anything like that. And then I sort them, saying, all right, once you found those stocks, I want you to show me the ones At the top, I want to be the ones that have the biggest change from the open. The thought process that I always go over behind this is, let's say something gaps down, right? All right, something gaps down big, and now it's having a big recovery. Well, if I'm looking for gap ups, I'm never going to see that stock, right? I'll never see that stock if it gap down. Impossible to show up if I'm using gap up, right? But if I'm not, and I'm just using change from open, something could gap down. It opens here, right? And it makes a big move up. I'm going to see that big move up. Whether I trade it or not is another question. And so I know one of the things for you specifically, Brent, and I bet this is a lot of people too, and actually we're working on some videos that are going to be happening here. Me and the other traders, I'll probably be behind them because that's just the way I am because of support. But we're working on what we use, how we use it, and why we use it, essentially. So it's not just like, oh, we have all these things, have a look at them. And so that's why I'm also trying to touch a little bit now for you too. But, you know, I'm really kind of stuck on what I'm doing with these specific races here. But it also helps when someone can tell us, you know, I'm looking for this type of setup or this type of setup. Now, anybody that's like me, but 5 years ago, I didn't know anything about trading. I didn't know what I was looking for, you know, so it took me some time to even figure out what I was looking for. So it was kind of hard, you know, there's no direction to point me because I didn't have a direction I wanted to head. You know, I didn't know if I wanted to go north, south, east, or west with trading. All I knew is I wanted to make money, right? So, but eventually, just kind of hanging around these live streams, Barry's room, I said, all right, I think I like stuff, you know, and I changed my mind 30,000 times, of course, like I think a lot of traders do. But, you know, eventually I settled on, I like to see stuff that is moving, consolidating, and moving again. Now consolidation is a relative term. Is it consolidating for 5 3-minute bars? Is it consolidating for 5 15-minute bars? You know, both are technically consolidations, just on different time frames. But the idea is momentum, but not chasing the momentum. That became my biggest, you know, that was my biggest issue. So that's you know where I sit in all of that. So and again, if anybody has like specific things they want, you let us know and we'll get you something related to that, generally speaking. I mean, we do have people that ask for things that simply we just can't do, especially, I mean, you know, we oftentimes, and this is not an exaggeration, but we have someone that says, you know, I want to find stocks that they moved up 30%, then they moved back 7%, but they moved back 8% of that 7% before going back to flat for that before, and then they make another 30% move up after that. We can't do anything like that. I'm sorry. You know, that's never going to happen. Those are the kind of people I just want to say, just trade. But if you have something you're looking for, like some kind of pullback, we can find something like that. We can make something like that. Obviously, momentum, that's, you know, right in all of our wheelhouses. If you want something that's consolidating for maybe a couple of days, you know, we can find things like that. We can get something together for you. And then, of course, we can share it and you can refine it from there, you know, whether you want to change the prices on it or you want to see different volume amounts or you want to add an RSI, for example. So, you know, anything like that, you know. So those are all the ways that we can help, especially when we know what direction people want to go. So sorry, I went off on a tangent there and I think I missed a bunch of chats. I got stubborn and took a big loss in DRUG early, ended up red. Was up nice. Yeah. I had something similar the other day. What the heck stock was it? I don't know. I was up really good on something and I let the whole thing turn around and I just like, man, I wanted to kick my screen, but you know, there's nobody to blame but me on that. So, I edited your race to include only stocks that are above the 8, 20, and 50 SMA and have to be above the 8 on a 15. All right. Gotcha. Yeah, I actually had made another scan that was called like the 815. I don't even know if I have that still. 8. Yeah, this 8 racing on the 815 EMA. If someone wants it here, I'll share it out. there's that. And I'll go over the scan. We did this back at the end of June. I made the scan, actually. We did it in this support session here. And in this one, what did we do? What did we decide on here? So we were looking at stocks. They had to be up from the open, trade 225,000 shares on the day, price between $4 and $100, and they had to be at least 0.5% above the 815 SMA. So same concept. It's still trying to find stocks that are up from the open and are in some sort of an uptrend here. So that was the thought process behind that there. I feel like I shared it with a few people and they liked it. Maybe I'm dreaming that. I can't remember anymore. So many things happen in a day, let alone a week and a month. So that was that there. Yeah, that is exactly what happened to me, Dave, the other day, man. It broke that EMA, it broke that for me, that EMA on the chart, and there's no excuse. I just had no excuse on it. That's all there was for me. No excuse. I was playing a lottery. I was playing for big money, and I got hurt for that. That's all. So that's all I got there. What else? Peloton, Pepto-Bismol IV drippy. I could use one of those. Yep, nerve, exactly. And here's where I also kick myself, because I close winners early. I just have this tendency. Nerve never, as soon as it touched the 8 EMA here, we got a nice lift off, and it came back and was towing that line, and a nice another move. And as soon as it broke here, that was, like Dave just said, nighty night right there. So there's really no reason for me to get out. But I've seen, here's the thing. I've also had a few times recently where it started to touch it, and then it curled so fast on me, and it went to being break even from being up, that I didn't even have a chance to get a breath out before it happened. And so that with these stocks, that's always my fear here. And that's why I do have that close things early mentality. Can I help build a Momo scan for pre-market? Of course. In fact, I have one that I made the other day. So try this out. Where are you? Actually, let me double check this one first before I hand it out to you, because this might have been something someone specifically had me make for like very specific needs. Yeah, I'm going to make you something different here. So let's go new top list, because races come from top list. Let's sort with change from close percent. I'm going to give it a $1 minimum. Hide all those. Let's give it a 10,000 share minimum. Try to cut out some of the pre-market noise. Here's one of the things that's really tricky about the pre-market is the fact that, what's liquid in the pre-market? Is 10,000 shares liquid? Is 100,000 shares liquid? Is 60,000 shares liquid? So, it's that fine line. And it's like something could have only traded, let's say 3, 4, 5,000 shares for a good part of the pre-market, from let's say 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. I mean, it's 2 hours and I've only traded a couple of thousand shares in the pre-market. It's not exactly making noise. And then all of a sudden, boom, big volume burst comes in. And in the next 20 minutes, it trades, 40,000 shares. So that's why I keep the number, what I consider to be relatively low in a pre-market scan, because you don't know when something's going to have its burst. And I think it's best for people to always recognize that 99.9% of the moves you see in the pre-market are going to be a head fake. That's my experience. I think a lot of other traders will agree with me. There's probably some traders that will disagree with me, but I think the numbers point better towards what I'm saying. But with that said, a lot of these things become subjective, to me, if something's traded over, 500,000 shares by, let's say, 9:50 in the morning, I'm interested in it. That's liquid enough for me. I know some people, if it hasn't traded 1 million shares in the first 15 minutes, it hasn't traded 2 million shares in the first 15 minutes, people won't even look at the stock. So, and I think that's crazy. I mean, like, why do you need so many shares? So, 500,000 in the first, half an hour, that's enough liquidity for getting in and out. I mean, if the spread is like 40 cents, then no. Obviously, you take these things into consideration too. But with that all said, so that's where we'll go with this. I don't think you really need a whole lot else in this thing here. Pre-market racing. It'd be good if I could type, right? Or Webby. Okay. And long field time stock race. Hate that they auto start. Show race setup. I'm going to go with my trusty defaulted 3 minutes, but you folks are welcome to change this when you get it. We're running on change from close. We're running on a delta sort or delta value. And I don't think we need to do anything else here. And so go ahead and share that out. For full disclosure purposes, I do not trade the pre-market. I probably make 1 or 2 pre-market trades per year, and they're not trades. They're usually, there's something that I've been watching for a swing trade, and it looks liquid in the pre-market, and I like the price it's at, and I was taking it for a swing trade, so getting in. Now, this has not happened in the last probably 5 or 6 months, or longer probably even. But with that said, that's the only time I'll make a pre-market entry. Yeah, and so, well, here's my thing, Muhammad, about the under the float. I don't think people should really limit themselves to stocks by float. What if all the stocks moving in the pre-market all have 100 mil floats and they're all really, really cruising? Some vaccine news comes out, or some news about sporting goods and retail, or something. You know what I mean? You've got some big box stores that are all, that are making their moves, and all of a sudden you're not going to see any of that because you've limited yourself by float. For me, if something's making a move, it's making a move. If it's $1 billion in the float, if it's $1 million in the float, I don't really care. Now, I will say, yes, if it's $1 million in the float, I want to be extra careful because, you got a lot of unscrupulous individuals that can, pull the ripcord on you, unfortunately. So you don't want to get stuck bag holding someone's pump schemes. But if someone's got 200 million in the float, there ain't no trading rooms that's pumping a 200 million float stock. That's for sure. I'll tell you that for sure right now. So but I shared that out with you, Muhammad. If you want to throw float in there, just search float and put that in there. To each their own. I just try to campaign for not limiting yourselves to something like that. How to make a scan with 100,000 volume pre-market. We don't have pre-market volume. We don't have pre-market volume isolated by itself. We have post-market volume isolated by itself, but unfortunately not pre-market. So I can't help you on that one. I'm sorry. That one's a no can do. I don't need to add any filters to make it work for the pre-market. There's filters that won't work in the pre-market, like relative volume won't, so I can't sort on it. You can't sort or put relative volume in any scanner for pre-market, but it's just very simple. It's just going to point to you stocks that have traded over 10,000 shares in the pre-market, during pre-market time. And it's going to sort them by the ones that are up the most from the previous day's close. And then it's going to race them on the delta value. And that's it. So if it's moving in the pre-market, you're going to see it. I suppose, there's one other thing we could have added to that. I'm going to put a revised one on here. Let's do this. Configure, advanced, window specific filter, volume, 5 minutes. So this means it's just going to have to have traded a few shares in the last 5 minutes. We're just going to throw 5 in there. And that's just going to say, on top of having made this many shares, it's got to have a little activity in it. If it's dead in the water, we don't want to see it. So here's a revised version of that. I did mean to put that in there originally. And delete the original one. Delete. There we go. And then it will work for the whole day, but I don't think you should use the same scans in the pre-market as the regular day. And I don't think you should use the same scans in the post-market as the regular day. The market mechanics are completely different. During the day, I want to see stocks that are very liquid. I don't want to see something that's only traded 80,000 shares by 11 o'clock in the morning, where 80,000 shares at 6 o'clock in the morning, that's liquid for pre-market, in my opinion anyways. So I think you should have completely separate scans for pre-market, regular market, and post-market. You definitely shouldn't use the same ones for all market times. Again, somewhat of an opinion, but I don't think there'd really be anybody that disagrees with me that trades them regularly. Yeah, so you could scan for, just use the volume filter. So any volume, just the volume and shares filter. So if you go into the configure of any scan and look for, if you go to search, volume and shares, it's on the top of the filters list whenever you're in the search. That filter right there, you could stick that as 100,000, and anything in the pre-market that's traded under the 100,000 won't appear on the scanner. So it's a race. You want an alert window? I could do an alert window for you. You want like a more traditional looking alert window, like a grid? Because that should be coming out as a race, not a top list. Give me a second. I didn't realize the time. I got to wrap up in a moment here. I got to log out of some softwares. All right, yeah, I get you an alert window. So I'm going to put a few different. I'm going to put 2 different alerts in here. We're going to use a 5-minute high because that works in the pre-market. I still think you should use the race, but I get wanting the sound. I do get that. And we're going to use pre-market high too. And throw a 1 here for price. Volume, 10,000 shares at least. And we'll add that 5-minute volume in again. Personally, if that's what you're trying to do, Muhammad, I just use the pre-market channel and enable the sound on it. But I'll share this with you too, and then I'll bring up the pre-market as well. Let's put a 1 minute volume for this one because we can use 1 minute volume in alert windows. Alrighty. And just anybody that takes this, please make sure to save it to your cloud because within a day or two, I will have deleted this. This is going to be a super active window outside of pre-market. Super active. But in all reality, what you should really do at this point then is go new dock channel bar. Well, I think this should have what I want in it. Yeah. You're going to have this multi window in here. It's got a bunch of strategies in it. And just go to actions, properties, actions, play sound, set up sound, and put your text to speech in there. And that's it. And you're going to get, you have all these different pre-market high, pre-market low, relative volume, 1 minute running up, a lot of stuff in there. And then you'll also have pre-market races too. So you get a lot more bang for your buck. And again, like I showed you earlier, if you just want one or two of the scans from here and you want to put it into your own layout, just right click the scan, duplicate it into a free floating window, save it to your cloud, right? And then you can just load it from your cloud into the layout you want afterwards. But this is probably going to give you more bang for your buck, I bet. But, load what I just shared with you and then load this too. And, you can compare apples and apples like that. So, all right, I think that will be a wrap for me today, everyone. So let's see, today was Wednesday. You got Jamie at noon today. So tomorrow, Thursday, you get Steve at noon. Of course, Barry's back here at 9 o'clock to open the whole shebang up. Me back here at 3:30 Eastern. As we start to round out the week, getting over hump day today. As I've mentioned before, it's a bear market, right? This is what I want to end with. Just people, please be safe. Please, please, please be safe. All right. As weak price action from the SPY today on light volume again, it quote unquote eked out a win on less than 50 million shares traded. It's below this like 415 level, give or take, you want to call it 415, 16, 17, whatever, whatever you're really looking at for that pivot level. It was below that again, got rejected off that again. There's no quote unquote really good news coming out about any of the macroeconomics or anything like that. So it's a bear market. That's all I'm going to say. Take those cookies when they're on the table. Get them stuffed in your mouth and eat them, right? So, all right, everybody, that'll wrap it up for me for the day. I appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions as always. And we will get set to do this all over again tomorrow. All right, everybody, you have a great rest of your day wherever you are on this spinning globe that we call Earth. All right, everybody, take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.